So we're going to be talking about sort of two things today, or the opportunity is there to talk about them. First, what will be pointed to is that this is the formless, like what's happening, the appearance, everything that's being registered or not being registered, is the formless being form. So it's a paradox. This appearance is and isn't. What's being pointed to there is that this is the absolute. This is the infinite appearing finite. And just to be very clear, it's not the formless becoming form, or the infinite becoming finite. It's unbelievably and unimaginably, and even beyond conception, it's the same thing. So in that sense, it's not actually moving. There's nothing actually happening.
Although nothing apparently appears to be happening, there is a whole lot of happenings happening. It is just not apparently so. There are constant energetic movements. The aliveness of aliveness is just beyond comprehension. That is what is beyond comprehension. That which is infinitudinal complexification. There are constant energetic movements, and they are demonstrated via the sciences. Those aren't illusions. The sciences that are demonstrated are not illusions of energy. Those are obvious energetic movements. They're measured, and they're sensed, and they're felt, and can be felt via the body-mind. Which is how and why the realness of physicality as the personal presence of a human corporeal manifestation, although that is simply a manifestation that is an appearance, but it's just not an appearance exclusively as an appearance, which is the unrealness of that. The realness of that is that sense of physicality. The difference between that which is a sense of a separate self is in the claiming of that exclusive belief, the belief in the thought that the exclusive sense of a physical form or physical sensation, that rubbing fingers together is believed to conjure the idea that these are my fingers. This is my body, and these fingers are attached to my hand, and my hand is attached to my arms, and my arms are attached to my torso, my body. Everything that's appearing, observably visible in mirrors, as this human corporeal manifestation form, is believed to be my own body. This is how the claiming and how a separate sense of self is so immediately strong and convincingly so. And yet, it can be proven that it is not so. It is both. It is so and not so. The part that is of the whole, the part that is seemingly physical, when that is claimed, then, of course, there is obviously the separate sense of self. Then the mental thought system uses that appearance and convinces it to believe so strongly that it has its own life to live, that it has its own body that it can claim for itself, and then the reinforcement of that naturally continues to be agreed upon via other manifestations of local units of quality conscious energy forms to also believe that. So then you have the group consensus. The collective consciousness is going to operate, the mental thought system is going to operate on a much larger scale and continues to do so. Apparently, though, see, all of the scenes and the scenery that is visualized via the facilitation of sight, via human corporeal manifestation, that is simply an energetic movement that's blending with absolutely everything that appears as well. So, if it is started, if it is begun, if it is cognized and recognized, and if it can be admitted, and it is an admittance, the admittance, if anything, is to be expressed via a human corporeal manifestation, it would be this statement: to admit. But not to say I admit, is to simply say that all separate senses of self, every single conjured self that believes it is a single self-sufficient, self-conjured self, if that is to admit, then it also admits, in that admittance, it admits that the separate sense of self is an illusion. It is simply an appearance, and it was not intended to be taken as though it is a separate appearance from everybody and everything else. Now, when we refer to bodies, that body is the human corporeal manifestation, and that also includes all other life forms that are not humanly corporeal. That includes all other life forms that can be identified as such. And yet, anything that is labeled or defined and described is always going to be returning back to that idea that, well, I am the definer. So if I am the namer and definer of something, then what is then realized? What is then self-realized? That, oh, okay, this expression using the human corporeal utterances of sound, the vocal cords of a single body-mind expression, okay, unit of local quality consciousness energy form, is going to express in some way. And in that expression, there is that paradoxical situation. This is why it is so difficult for all residual energies of that collapse of a separate sense of self. It takes time. And in that idea of taking time, spending time, these words of expression are expressed via human corporeal manifestation to illustrate or to express that illustration via a language, using the English language in this manner. What is using the English language? See? It goes back to that. It is not what is using the English language. It is simply the use of English language. See, so there's that paradoxical situation. The separate sense of self expresses in this particular way. It uses the claims of absolutely every expression that it will utter, regardless of what language that might be. The English language is so rich with various terminologies and ways of expression via the use of a language, and then taking the thoughts and the ideas, because without cognition, without consciousness, there is no expression via the consciousness. What is expressing is a being. Now, just as it cannot be cognized and cannot be recognized, it cannot be observed or observable, that which is light and darkness cannot be observable in this way, to say that, oh, I see the edges, I see the seams, I could tell the difference between light and darkness because there's an edge to light and there's an edge to darkness, and there I could split that two in half. No. No. Light and darkness are meshed and coalesced together to such a degree that there's no seam that can be observed. It's seamless because it's so well blended. Just as absolutely everything that appears is that as well. It is a blend. It is such a blend and mixture that coalesces so well together that it cannot be detected, the parameters or boundaries of that, which is one feeble way to describe infinitudinal complexification. It would require an infinite mind to do so. The guru that claims that they have accessed infinite mind, that's not so. That is simply another conjuring. The guru is one of the best conjurers of all conjurers, because what the guru believes is that they not only are possessors of the letter of the law, but they are also possessors of the spirit of Allah. Spirit of Allah both. But that which is infinitudinally complexified cannot be claimed by the guru, for when it is claimed by the guru, then the guru cannot recognize that it is also conjuring, and it is also part of what? Part of a separate sense of self. Because the guru is there, but does not admit to say, well, the guru is no more special than any other guru, and will not admit the teaching of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, is not required, which is why there is no necessity for the guru or for a teaching to be taking non-duality as beingness to teach that to somebody else. See? It is clearly realized, it's clearly understood just by simply being. And in that beingness, it reveals what? What is revealed? Absolutely everything is revealed to that which recognizes that it is no longer a separate sense of self, expressing as a separate sense of self. And it is no longer extraordinary, and it is no longer anything that could be called anything. It cannot be named. It is nameless. It is labelless. It cannot be categorized and defined. It's undefinable. Simply because absolutely everything that appears, just as light and darkness, has no parameters, has no edges. It is both together. That togetherness as oneness, that coalescing completeness and wholeness, is absolutely everything. And that is the absolute. Now, once it is stated via a separate sense of self that claims, oh, nothing's absolute. Well, no. Nobody knows that, see? To claim that somebody knows what the absolute is is not so. That is unknowable. So, what happens whilst the collapse of a separate sense of self continues? What apparently appears to happen is that once it is recognized and a separate sense of self has completely collapsed, and even the residual energetic movements have collapsed so completely and so entirely that it returns to what? It returns to that recognition that it never left. There was nowhere to return, because all of it, absolutely all of it, was conjured. Therefore, all that is, and all that is not empty fullness, is not exclusively consciousness. It's not exclusively the time that's timing the apparent appearance of absolutely everything. It is not isolated and separated as though it's a separate energetic movement. It's blending. It's a blend. So it is a mistake to state that all there is consciousness. No, there isn't. All there is simply this. Indeed. And yet, nobody can claim to know that. That is unknowable. It's ungraspable. It can only be stated, but what is stating that? See, there it is again. The paradoxical obviousness. Therefore, simply be. That's not even the answer. Because the moment that a question arises in the answer, then there's a questioner there, somewhere, that believes it's in a fixed position in space and time that has a question. Then it believes it needs to attend a satsang. And then it needs to go and find out, well, what is non-duality about? What is non-duality? Non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, is simply a fact regarding beingness, to simply be. There are no instructional manuals, there are no books to write about that, and yet books are still being written about it. Why? Simply because there is a non-duality speaker that suddenly believes that it needs to be taught to other people. Well, what non-duality speech is about is not to teach, but to simply point out to that which is still believed to be a separate sense of self, see, that's expressing in that manner. And not that it's going to help, and not in the sense of intention to help anybody else, because there's nobody left. There never was anyone around to help. See, that's the paradox. We can speak regarding non-duality as a subject. That can be shared, just as any other subject can be shared. But once non-duality is placed as though it requires subjectivity and objectivity, it cannot be done. It cannot be known, it cannot be done. Simply because it's part of absolutely everything that is, and it isn't. This is how we are and we are not. But temporarily so. See, the complexity of that which appears as absolutely everything apparently appears to be content. And then the mental thought system gets in front of it so quickly, gets in front of absolutely everything that's already absolutely everything, and then uses time to appear as though there is continuity, to cause the appearance of absolutely everything to seemingly be apparent, as time apparently appears to be timing absolutely everything that appears as it does. That's the paradox. It is, and it isn't. Absolutely everything is, and it isn't. It's both. That's how light and darkness are not two separate energetic movements. Light is simply light, darkness is simply darkness, but it is not separately so in that type of way of thinking, or that way of thinking in that type of simplicity. The simplicity is that it is simply both. That's the paradox. And yet, although a body-mind, human corporeal body-mind unit of local quality consciousness energy form that's temporarily, visibly observable, mirrors for an impermanently indeterminate duration, in space and time and not of space and time, there is the we are and we are not. That's the paradox. We are and we are not. This is why it cannot be stated as it once may have been stated via a human corporeal unit of local quality conscious energy form that was so in the habit of expressing as though it was a separate self. It took a lot of time. It spent a lot of time. And what it believed was spending time to conjure what? To conjure its own story of its own recognition that it believed it was living its own life, that it was existing as a separate unit of local quality conscious energy form, separate from everybody and everything else that's visibly observable in space and time. But that's all temporally temporary. There it is. It's the paradox, and that which is blending with absolutely everything as it appears, as time is time, and the apparent appearance of everything, appearing both real and unreal. All of that is not a process. It is simply this. This is why non-duality speakers keep returning to that statement and that expression, that is it. It is simply this. It is not knowable how this is simply this. It simply is this. That's it. Ad infinitum. It is simply this. It is empty fullness. And yet, just because it apparently appears that there's a non-duality speaker stating that, it is also admitted that there's nobody there. There's nobody anywhere in some fixed position as a you there and a me here. A me sitting in this chair. I am sitting in this chair. No. No. This is a chair. This is a body bodying. This is a chair chairing. It is the infinite. It is no thing thinging. It is no thing thinging. Everything is no thinging, and no thing is everythinging. That is the paradox of absolutely everything that apparently appears as it does, both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. By nobody, by not a single person that is anywhere to be found. There are no people to be found anywhere. There are simply appearances. Yes, there are appearances of people. That can be stated. Oh yeah, but they're not separate. They're blended with a scenery of absolutely everything that appears as those appearances appear. But they're not separate appearances. They only appear as though they are, apparently so. See, this is why the word apparent is used so much. Whenever there is non-duality speech, whenever there's a satsang being held, whenever there is apparently appearing a speaker regarding non-duality, that it's not a teaching, and it's just simply pointing, and it's not even that either. It's just a feeble attempt to try and express, an attempt to try. Is this trying? This apparent appearance of a human corporeal manifestation is trying. It's making an attempt, but it is not a separate attempt. It is simply an expression. Just as outside, out in nature, in the morning hours, there is a living thing that is called a bird. It's referred to as a bird in the English language. It's a bird with wings. It chirps, bird song. It does not know how and why it's doing it. Why and how is that so? It is simply because it is being. It is being alive as what it is. But it does not require a definition. It does not require a label. It does not require a name. Why? Because it is blending with absolutely everything that's appearing. It's empty fullness. It does not require labeling and naming. And yet, that's the only thing that a separate sense of self recognizes. It only knows that. It has spent so much time believing that, conjuring those ideas of a separate sense of self that believed it had to label and know. It was labeling and defining everything because it needed to know. It has such a necessity to gain and acquire knowledge. That's why the seeking was always so strong. The seeking was not to find fulfillment. The seeking was to gather knowledge and information as much as it could. Why? Because that separate sense of self, as a seeker, was continuing to try to figure it out. To figure out absolutely everything. No. Impossible. Nobody can know that which is absolutely simply everything. It's simply this, empty fullness. Nobody can acquire absolute knowledge. There is no such thing as absolute knowledge. There is no such thing. For there to be absolute knowledge, then there's an absolute being that can claim to say that, well, I'm an infinite being now. Now I represent simply this. I represent it now, so I'm going to come up with a solution. I'm going to come up with an answer. The truth of all truths, the ultimate truth. No, see what that's. See, that's claiming again. That's that habit to claim. The guru is very good at that. And then there are those separate senses of selves that are taking themselves to be the claimer of all of this. All of this cannot be claimed. It is not necessary to claim it. It already is what it is. Just as we are and we are not, we are manifesting, we're being a blend. We are blended with the background that apparently appears to be a background. Empty fullness. We've already been blended with that all along. There's just simply whenever that mental thought system, okay, when the mental thought system, which is consciousness, whenever the mind is being developed, this is how and why that process apparently appears to be a process that occurs. Where and how? In space and time. But that's not exclusively what is happening, what apparently appears to happen, as though there's a happening in space and time. That's not it. No. But notice. It can be noticed via a human corporeal manifestation that had once believed it was separate from everybody and everything else. It was in the habit of defining, it was a habit of labeling, it was a habit of seeking and gathering so much knowledge, trying to figure out all of this, trying to figure out everything, absolutely everything. Impossible. It's futile. It's unnecessary. It is absolutely unnecessary. It really is. There is no necessity. There is no necessity required to take Advaita Vedanta non-duality, which is simply the science of beingness. You could call it that. See, there's another label. And then what happens? Oh, I've never heard it put that way before. So what happens? A separate sense of self latches onto that and says, okay, we need to create a new religion now. We need to create a new belief system. So it is happening. It is appear to happen with this non-duality, this Advaita, this Neo-Advaita movement. And it is referred to as Neo-Advaita movement as a comparison. See, there it is again. That is one of the main types of expression that a separate sense of self was always involved with. It was always involved with trying to figure things out and then acquiring knowledge that it believed it needed to acquire for itself so that it could be satisfied that, okay, that's a good enough explanation, even if it's a theory, and that is also being witnessed. That is witnessed in what apparently appears to be happening, which of course it's not. It's just temporarily apparently appearing to be happening. And since it is discussed, it is talked about, it is spoken of, it It is a conversational subject that can be discussed. So, what can be discussed behind the subjectivity of non-duality? There's no such thing. See, it's being conjured all over again. Then what does it turn in? What does it turn out to be? And it apparently appears to be turning out to be what? Just another New Age concept. The New Age movement that was occurring in that timeline of the 1990s, it was clearly seen that it was just another belief system created so that what? So they can give the self-conjured selves something to feel as though they were important. It's that self-importance, and it's the ego, and it's all of that setting in again. Because a separate sense of self wants to know. It needs to know. It needs to know, and once it believes that it has known what it was seeking to know, then it is satisfied at that point for a while, until something else comes along. And thanks to the consciousness, thanks to the mental thought system, something else will. How? How is that going to be conjured? Well, see, it is that paradox. The paradoxical movement. Because why? The cause. Because. See, there's beingness. Beingness is not the cause of anything, is it? But apparently appears that beingness is causing something else to be discussed or talked about, some other subject, some other definition, some other knowledge, some other belief that needs to be self-conjured all over again. No. Just simply be, rest in the being, rest in the beingness of being, because you're already being that anyway. The moment in space and time that a belief is conjured, or an idea or a thought form or a thought pattern is entertained, there's the risk of what? Apparently appearing to happen there. The apprehension of a thought, and then turning that into a subject. And then that subject is turned into a belief. And see how it starts to grow into that kind of energetic movement. It apparently appears to grow or develop from that. And then it's as though that habit begins to try and return to that separate sense of self again. It's trying to return back because it was habitually existing or being that way. See, beingness cannot be manipulated and controlled. It is a natural, it apparently appears to be a natural response, doesn't it? A natural response to simply be. It does not require knowing to be. It does not require a process to be of beingness. Beingness does not require a knowledge base and rituals to perform. To know that you're being, it's not a requirement. And there is no doing, especially there's no doing involved. For there to be knowing, it is presumed the doing needs to follow, and vice versa, the doing of something that's known. If something, or something as a subject, is to be known, then that idea is entertained by a what? A separate sense of self that believes it needs to know something in order to be, but it doesn't. Or it needs to do something about its beingness. No, just simply be. It does not require any effort. This is why the effort of seeking, that energetic movement of seeking, not knowledge, and seeking this idea that, I'm moving my body, I'm moving my arms and my hands. No, it only apparently appears to be that way. You see, there's still that energetic movement. Once it is recognized that there never was a separate self, that separate sense of self was never really in space and time. It's just an appearance. The appearance is taken as though it was a separate physical body. That sensation was exclusively singled out and thought to be via consciousness, the mental thought system was feeding that energetic movement of self-centeredness and this self-awareness that, wait a minute, I am here in this body, and then the claiming, see? I'm claiming that this is my body. See, that word my is an energetic movement of what? Of a self-centered, self-actualized as well. The self will self-actualize and claim to say, yes, it is true. And then it believes that so strongly, and it convinces, it self-conjures. A conjured self. That conjuring energetic movement is committed to self-centeredness. It's committed to reinforce and seek out every way to defend itself. Once it is recognized that it is not so, then what happens? Then it admits and says, well, that was the mental thought system, taking me to be a single individual person separate from everybody and everything else. And how did I know that? Well, did I know what? What did I know? See? There it is. It's already caught. It's caught. The mental thought system, once that is recognized, then the mental thought system apparently appears as though it's leaving you alone. Well, what are you? Are you still a you? Can you say that the mental thought system is leaving you alone and is no longer providing thoughts and ideas? You can't escape it. It apparently appears to be a trap. That's why that phrase is used, self cannot get out of self. Self cannot get out of self. That's what that means. But yet, it can still be recognized at the same time, whilst there is that collapse of a me, and it's no longer recognized that there is a separate sense of a self that once believed to be separate from everybody and everything else was reinforcing that idea. How? A birth certificate as evidence, a name that it was given, a forename and a surname, a birthright, and that's how it all began. In space and time, though. That's how it was all conjured. A certain amount of time, a measurable duration in space and time. A measurable, give or take a few minutes and hours here and there. It's not the exacting that matters. Why? Because time is an illusion. That doesn't really matter, does it? See? Of course not. And knowing about that doesn't matter as well. See, so in a sense, this speech via the expression of a local quality of consciousness, a unit of local quality consciousness energy form that's expressing in this manner. And then there's other units of local quality consciousness energy forms that believe they're separate, and then they're recognizing and they're listening to a language. And it's as though, well, wait, I understand that. I know what he's talking about. Wait a minute. See how it could play that way. The trap is so clever. The mental thought system is so very clever in causing you to believe that you're in a trap. You're not really in a trap. You're really being. So it's the moment that you think you know, see? And when I say you, as a separate sense of self, if you think you know something, then what are you going to do with that something you think you know? See, that's separate from being. And then what are you going to do about that? Are you going to do about what you know? Are you going to do anything about what you know? What are you going to do about that? Oh, I'm going to write a book. That's what I'm going to do about it. Yeah. I'm going to write a book because it's a subject that could be talked about with other people. Okay? There's nobody else around, see, to talk about that. But yet, there still appears to be. And as long as there's the apparent appearance in space and time, as though there are other people or other people that can be communicated with, it's going to continue this way until what happens? Until it's recognized that it can be communicable. I mean, language, of course, is obviously communicated, and there's various languages that are being spoken. All that's happening there is just sound. Sound in space and time. And if it's recognized, what is recognizing a language spoken? It's a recognizer, is it not? And then that recognizer says, well, I'm a separate person. I'm living my own life here. And I have my own life to live. I'm experiencing life. No. See, that's the mistake. That's the mistake. That everything is absolutely perfect, whole, complete, just as it is. And life is living through these human corporeal manifestations. It's living through it. And once that's recognized, that is how the separate sense of self collapses. And that's apparently appearing to be the point at which it apparently appears as though there never was a separate sense of self anywhere to be found all along. It was just simply conjured. It was taking the manifestation of, from the void, no thing, from nowhere, out of nowhere, and then temporarily manifesting a human corporeal energetic movement. And this is all temporary. It's obviously the temporal temporariness in space and time. And at the same time, not of space and time. That infinitudinal complexification, empty fullness, all that is and all that is not empty fullness, what is and what is not empty fullness. Simply this, from no thing, out of nowhere, the void, manifestation. Temporally temporary. Absolutely everything that appears as an appearance. As time is time, the appearance of absolutely everything. Manifestation. And that's constant. That's constant. And it never ends. It's a never-ending oscillation of energy. It's continuously. So to state that there is no movement, there is definitely movement. It just cannot be noticed via what? It can't be noticed via a single human corporeal manifestation. It's not detectable. It's not observable. It's not real. And it's not knowable. It's not exclusively that. It's not exclusively knowable. And it's not exclusively unknowable. It's not exclusively observable. And it's not exclusively unobservable. This is the paradox of how it is both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. It's not exclusively knowable, it's not exclusively unknowable. It's not exclusively observable, it's not exclusively unobservable. It's not exclusively real, it's not exclusively unreal. It is both. This is why it is stated this way now. The expression of a human corporeal manifestation admits that it is blended with absolutely everything that's appearing as time in the apparent appearance. This is why the paradoxical speech and non-duality speech is recognized as though, you're going to walk around talking like that everywhere. Of course not. No. What happens? There's this adaptation that apparently appears to go on. All in good time. We have all heard that expression. We certainly have. Especially if you speak the English language and you've been in this particular type of apparent appearance of a societal structure in America, or in the United Kingdom, or in Australia, or in Canada. All of these main English-speaking human corporeal manifestations that have, apparently appeared to have become involved with the societal structure. And this is why the internet, and this is why the internet is so addictive. It is so addictive because it's just an immediate way to express to what it believes, what a separate sense of self believes it is communicating to every single other apparent appearance of a human corporeal manifestation. And that is part of the story of Earth. So there's the story of Earth. What is the story of Earth about? Is the planet Earth real? No, it's both. It's real and unreal. Absolutely everything is that. It is real and unreal. It's observable and observable, knowable and unknowable. The rub, the catch is this. The catch is that it's not real and unreal for just a single human corporeal body mind manifestation. Yeah? We are and we are not. Every single apparent appearance of a human corporeal manifestation is automatically being. It's automatically blended with absolutely everything that appears, which is empty fullness. But that's not known. It's not knowable by anybody because there's nobody around to claim that they know that. That which is unknowable is apparently appearing to be relegated to that which is unknowable. That which is knowable is obviously relegated to that which is knowable and can be expressed in that manner. Via what? Via knowledge. Now, knowledge is not meant to be seized and claimed by anybody because nobody can claim and seize knowledge for themselves. See, there's the catch. It is in that belief that there's a separate person that can claim to win the Nobel Peace Prize or to win some kind of a medal and say, look at my medals on the mantle, so to speak. There are so many different ways that the collapse of a separate sense of self can apparently appear to happen. That it was just a story. It was all conjured. All these 8 billion conjurings, and it continues to apparently appear to continue on that way. This countenance and these measurements and scientists and astrophysicists to say, oh, we have the mathematical formulas, we figured it out. See, there's that yearn for a separate sense of self to know. It needs to know. Why does it need to know? Because it feels as though it is alone. It feels as though it is a separate self. That is why there's that constriction, that feeling of uneasiness, that uneasy feeling of restriction and just can't settle. Oh, I gotta know what that's about. Oh man, I need to go check it out. I need to go find out. Where can I find it? Oh, they're great. This is the internet. Google. I'm going to type now. Google. Let's see. Yeah? There's that constantly going on. But what is that all about? That's all about a separate sense of self that needs to know about something. There isn't anything that needs to be known. That which is already knowable, yeah, it could be expressed and shared, and it is continuously. And there are more apparent appearances of human corporeal forms that are getting out there doing selfies. They have their mobile phones and, the selfies. This selfie thing and all of that. What's happening there? Obviously, there's more of the conjured self. Self-centeredness. Oh, look at me. I'm going to share my picture now. I know, it's silly. Is it recognizes silliness? That's why Paul Anderman's laughing so damn much. The absurdity of a separate sense of self for anybody, any human corporeal manifestation, any appearance of a human form, somebody that believes that they're unique and they're special more than anybody else. Yeah, I could prove that I'm special. I took a selfie the other day and just check out my cell phone. Yeah, look at my mobile phone. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. You see the teenagers doing this. When I say teenagers, the next generation. Does that matter? No, of course not. All of All of it doesn't matter. It just apparently appears to be what's going on. So what is one to do? Nothing. Does anybody need to know anything about all of this? No. Is there anything left? Yeah. What is left, being? Just simply be. Let it be. Leave it alone. You don't have to do anything with it. You're already expressing via beingness. The expression of being. Just continue on. Because whatever apparently appears to be happening, of its own accord and volition, as absolutely everything appears as it does, that's in charge. If there's anything in charge, that's in charge. You were never in control of your own life. That never had really happened. You didn't have your own life to live, and you still don't. If you believe you do, what's happening there? What's apparently appearing to happen is a self-conjured self that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else. You see, it's in the belief. It's in the thinking. The mental thought system has that mind of that body-mind manifestation. It has it. And it's using it to do what? Because it needs that. It needs that human corporeal body-mind manifestation to express. So that mental thought system uses that appearance of a body-mind to express through it. And how does it express through it? By the idea that that is a separate, individual, unique, special person, unlike anybody else. Then that sense of separation is reinforced and it continues. And then how is that done? The societal structure. There's a society that apparently appears to be existing upon a planet, the story of Earth, and that it has always been that way, but it has not. Meanwhile, everything continues on. Live, everything absolutely continues to appear as it does, unabated. Unabated. It's not going to be interfered with, no matter what apparently appears to be happening. It is the same to say regarding nature, regarding the environment, regarding what apparently appears to be happening in nature. There's this global warming thing that's discussed, and all that's conjured as well. This global warming. The planet is a huge living being as well. And to be that pompous for a group of self-conjured cells to believe that they can ruin this living being that's so large in the cosmos, in the universe. And this is just talking about the local area of the universe in terms of spatial positions of planets. In terms of that, this particular Earth-like planet, okay, is likened to a grain of sand on a beach. Regarding the countenance is so great, it cannot be counted. Therefore, using this feeble attempt to try and conjure up this idea, this image, is not even that either. So why bother? Well, it's just a way to communicate. It's just a way of expression. It's just sharing information. What else? What else is this human corporeal manifestation going to do? What is it going to do? It doesn't have to do anything to be, and it doesn't have to know anything about that to be, but because it's already being anyway. So what do? You travel lighter. What does that mean? Well, you just realize, you recognize, and you're just simply being. You recognize you've been being all along, but you're not separate from absolutely everything. You're part of it. You always will be part of it. And how that is defined doesn't have to be defined. Is it really? Do we really know that? No. We don't have to know it. Just be. So we are, and we are not. In that simplicity, that's all. That's it. Simply this. And we're blended with that. So either you get used to it or you don't. So is there anything left to do, anything left to know once there's a collapse of a separate sense of self? No. You've already been being anyway, blending with absolutely everything that arises. So what happens? What apparently appears to happen is you go along with nature. You go along with what apparently appears to happen. Whatever happens, you're blending with it anyway. So you blend with it. Is there a process? Is there any type of spiritual practice that's required? All the meditation, do I need to meditate in some particular manner? Do I need to take this body and position it in a certain way? Does this body need to express certain types of words in a certain language? Does it need to be chanting Om, 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 Mani Padme? Does it need to be chanting over Tibet? Does it need to go over in India? Does the entire population need to migrate on the earth over to India and then attend or just sell everything that has everybody? Can you imagine if every single body-mind manifestation just got rid of all their belongings and just headed for India? Absolutely everybody on the planet headed to India. India can barely accommodate the population that's already there. Can you imagine that? If that's what was required? No. Is that a requirement to go and spend 7 years in Tibet chanting mantras or going into an ashram? Does that really matter? No. None of it does. It's just an example. Yes? It's just an example of being as an example to show the contrast between that which believes it is a separate self, yeah, that has a separate sense of self and is claiming life for itself, that it has free will and choice. It's just that contrast that's there. And if there was going to ever be a guru or a spiritual teacher, every single human corporeal body-mind manifestation is its own teacher. It is. It's its own teacher. And so, no teachers need to be sought. The seeker is the sought, indeed. And the teacher is also that which was sought. So, how is that so? Well, everything, absolutely everything is complete, whole, perfect, just as it is. And we are not blending with that. So if that's the case, there's nothing to know about anything else. And there's nothing that needs to be done about absolutely everything that's simply this. That's it. It will always return to that form of expression, to admit that we are and we are not, it is and it is not. And that's the paradox of the situation ad infinitum. Get used to it or not. Admit it or not. Believe it or not. Doesn't require belief anyway. To be. To be doesn't require belief. Never did. Mm-mm.
It's full. It's complete. It's whole. It's perfection. Not in the conceptual or experiential way that the me would want or the individual would want to understand it or have it for itself. But it's perfection. It's perfect. It doesn't need anything. Within that perfection, there arises the experience, the me, that has an experience of being real. So it takes the is and isn't bit and only focuses on, there's somebody who wants to come in, focuses on or experiences the is bit, I am real. That experience of reality is the experience of separation. I'm here, everything else is outside of me, happening to me. It's literally like being cast out of heaven. The world, the appearance is no longer perfect as it is. I understand and know the world, and I am on the search for that perfection which seems to have been lost. Now, to be clear, that experience I am is perfection. Is absolute. There's nothing else. There's still nothing happening. But the arising of that experience of I am creates a need, which is a part of its story, which says that I will in the future find what I feel is missing. And that seeking energy hides the perfection that this is already. That experience that I'm going to find something, that experience that I am real, which is on a journey for a better experience, that entire experience, the entire thing, is illusory. There is nothing happening. There never was anything happening, and nothing will ever happen. Everything that appears is emptiness. It's the formless appearing to be something moving. So the past is simply an appearance. It's this appearing as a past. There isn't a real past. The future is this appearing as a future. There isn't a real future. The something else that the individual looks for doesn't exist. It's nowhere to be found. It's looking for something real so that it can feel secure in its experience of itself. There isn't anything real. This entire appearance.
There isn't anything exclusively real. See? If that is not stated in a satsang, then those in attendance are going to think, oh, well, nothing is really real, absolutely, and exclusively unreal. That means that everything is not real. It's unreal, exclusively. No, it is both. It is both real and unreal. It is both observable and unobservable. It's both knowable and unknowable. For nobody, and for no apparent meaning, reason, or purpose other than of its own accord and volition. So whatever arises and appears, as absolutely everything does, it is of its own accord or volition, however that's doing that. Yeah. However, these forces, these energetic movements, and they are real energetic movements, they can be detected. Science can prove that there is movement. Oh yeah, but it cannot be detected by what? The facilitation of sight alone. The facilitation of sight alone does not reveal the activities of the energetic movements throughout the universe. Oh man, there's teeming with life and energy. It just cannot be seen via the facilitation of sight alone. It's not detectable that way. Which is one of the main reasons why the inventions were invented and the devices were created. Look at the inventions. It's just incredible. It's as though it's magical. This is why it apparently appears to be some type of evolutionary process going on. Progress, progression, continuity, that type of thing. That's the time continuum. That's the idea of time flowing from one moment to the next. And it's measured with, of course, clocks and watches, timepieces, But that's not, it only apparently appears to be happening that way. There are no happenings, it's just, everything's just an appearance. There's nothing wrong with it, and there's nothing right about it. Neither right or wrong. It just simply is. It is and it isn't. So there's nothing exclusively real, and there's nothing exclusively unreal. Nothing is both real and unreal. Nothing is both observable and unobservable. Nothing is both knowable and unknowable. But then again, how can that which is no thing be knowable and unknowable at the same time? See, nobody knows how and why that is. So then either a choice is seemingly made, isn't it? It's as though the self thinks, well, what else can I think about then? What am I to do about that? I can't do anything about it. So that's when hopelessness sets in and desperation. You don't have to be desperate about it. Nobody is desperate about it anyway. Just simply going along with it. You can't go against the current. You can't go against the current of what? Of everything that arises as it does. the apparent appearances of being. The apparent appearance of being. Being alive. The aliveness of aliveness. Awareness. Beingness. Aware to being aware. Alive and aware of the aliveness of being. And it stays right there. What stays there? Everywhere. The everywhereness. It doesn't remain static and suspended in space and time. No, it's continuing to do what? There's movement. There's energy. There's aging. That is the type of movement we're referring to. Those type of energetic movements. And so, the invention of time came about. Calendars. Calendars kept. By what? Not by anybody in particular. Just a way to do what? Well, it's not even a doing. And yet, it apparently appears to be as though that is something that's just an automatic response. An automatic response to whenever there's New Year's Day, you get a calendar. And whenever there's the holiday Christmas, what do? You put up a tree. You decorate the house. It's just something that automatically is done by. But why? Does it have to be done? No. It apparently appears to be what's been going on. Society. Societal structure. It developed at some point. Well, yeah, ever since there was evidence of these human corporeal manifestations as cavemen, there's the pack animals like the wolves and the canines. The canine species is a pack animal. This is why it makes such a great pet, an ideal pet to have in the home. Why it has become domesticated as it has, and it's just incredible, isn't it? It's just amazing, the infinitudinal complexification of it all. It's extraordinary, isn't it? How everything appears to be absolutely everything, but the attempt to count and define it all. It's not really necessary, but it apparently appears to be something that's done anyway, isn't it? I mean, all these different subjects conjured up. It's not good or bad. It's just simply appears to be what's happening. So anything that does appear to be happening is going to happen anyway, apparently. If anything has to be done about it, well, if anything is done about it, then it gets done, doesn't it? But who does it? Is there anybody doing anything that needs to be done? Is there anybody knowing anything that needs to be known? See, when you start questioning things of this nature, and then when you start speaking and expressing, who's expressing? See? Then it comes back to that. Well, there's no expresser of expression. There's no perceiver of perceiving. There's no knower of knowing. There's no doer of doing. See, and then it goes like that again. But it's both. See, it's a paradox. There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, well, I am here or I am there. No, that speech goes on, doesn't it? I can't say that, oh, well, you're not there and I'm not here and it's that way, get used to it, oh, well. No, that's not what's being stated. It's just simply to recognize that. But then a separate sense of self takes it that way. It takes things personally. It takes everything personally, really. Yeah, a separate sense of self will take, and then it feels like it needs to defend itself of what it believes in. If it believes in something, it's going to defend that. What does it firmly believe, first of all? The first thing that it really believes wholeheartedly, most of all, is that it is a special individual person that matters. And that it has its own name, its own birthright, its own name, its own position in life. That, yes, I know what I am, I know who I am, and nobody else is going to tell me otherwise. And I'm not going to believe anyway, so I won't even listen to them. I don't believe it. Don't have to believe them. No. Well, I believe in this. What is this non-duality thing? Advaitans. What is all that about? It's rubbish. It's nonsense. It's weird shit. My missus, she calls it that. It's adorable. It's weird shit. Oh man, don't tell him about. Don't start talking to him about religions, beliefs, paranormal stuff, you won't get them to shut up. You will not get him to shut up because that's all he ever talks about. Oh yeah, he lives for that. Oh yeah, I can't hold a job. All I want to do is just sit in this chair all day long. I want to become a pensioner. I just want to talk about weird shit all day long. Talk about weird shit. Truth is stranger than fiction, though, isn't it? Apparently appears to be so, doesn't it? Truth apparently appearing stranger than fiction. I had this discussion with her the other day. My missus, my partner in life. Every man should have one. Every man should have what? Should have a partner. Somebody to share life with. Gender doesn't matter, does it? Of course not. But if life can be shared with another human corporeal manifestation, regardless of what gender it is, if it's a human corporeal manifestation and it can be felt and you can hug that other person, you just can't call them that. They're a human being, but they're not an individual, and it only apparently appears to be the case. That there are individual people in the world. That's how it apparently appears to be, and that there's a society of people. And then there's births, as though that's the beginning of life for a person, and then the end of life is when it dies. It is no longer apparently appearing. Is that the beginning of that particular person? Apparently appears to be. And will that person end? And will no longer be alive? That's energy. Energy apparently appears to change into different types of states, and then nobody knows where it goes. Even Christ himself was asked by his disciples, "Where do we go after we die, Master?" And he said, "Well, you feel the wind against your skin. It is like the wind when the spirit leaves the body and the soul leaves the body. It is like that. Nobody knows." Well, to speak that way, though, it's really interesting when speech is expressed by a human corporeal manifestation. There's so many innumerable ways to express, and that's just referring to this one language alone, just the English language. The content that apparently appears to be content of absolutely everything is just amazing. It's extraordinary. Take your pick. If there's a subject you want to talk about, you can just simply go on YouTube now. Look how information is so immediate now, so readily available to absolutely everybody. When I say everybody, we are and we are not, yes, as a collective. This is where that idea of collective consciousness came from, by the way. And in a sense, it apparently appears to be that way. And then, provided it doesn't go too far, see, it could go so far that, and then it becomes a belief, then it becomes a religion, then it becomes a practice, then you have to attend, groups, and this is the way we meditate, and then it goes like that. It spins off that way. It doesn't have to spin that way. It doesn't. To simply be. Just be. Be however you're being. Okay, so let's go ahead and refer to that, right? Okay, so suddenly there's this collapse of a separate sense of self, yeah? Okay, so it no longer takes itself to be a separate person in the world, in reality, in this dream reality. Call it a dream, of course, because that's how it's been described by all the non-duality speakers. It's a dream. So what do you do with a dream? Well, just dream on. Dream on. Dreaming is being. Being is dreaming. Same thing. Are you being in a dream? No. You are the dream. You're the dreamings of the dream. And that's an energetic movement. And that is movement. But it just cannot be visualized, observed, via the facilitation of sight that cannot be witnessed that way. And yet, it is measurable, that kind of energetic movement, just as it can be heard, resonance, sounds. A radio station can be heard. You take a device, you tune into a radio station, and then through the speakers, sound emits music, obviously. How is that so? Why is that so and how is that so? It's the same thing as saying, well, why am I alive? Why am I being? There is no why, there is no how, see? And yet, we invent inventions, I mean, just incredible, amazing inventions where it's as though we can take this human corporeal image and then have that taken into a signal, an impulse, and then have it travel through wiring and through components. There's a computer there, and that goes through the wiring and the motherboard and the components there, so that provides the ability for us to do what? For us, we to interact with one another. How's the interaction happening? It's incredible, amazing. When you start to, when I say you start to, or you begin to, when you perceive or you think about it, if you take consciousness and imagine how is that so? We just know that we've invented devices where, first of all, some of the first communication devices, the television, the two-way radio, the transceiver, transmit and receive, citizen band radios, walkie-talkies, Motorola was the first company to come up with it, with these walkie-talkies that were used back in the 1960s, 1970s, was it? Yeah. And speaking into it. And then the voice, and before that, what was it? We could use cups. You could use a cup and a string and going from one window of the house, when you're a kid, and then you speak into the cup, and then you listen when your friend across the way that has another cup at the other end of the string, and then the first telephones that were invented. It's a telephone, of course. Look how far that invention has gone. It's just amazing, though. These devices that were invented to do what? To apparently appear to interact with one another. But interacting with one another has always been thought to be a separate experience. This is how the idea of aloneness had once been so strong. Is anybody ever alone? No, of course not. But that feeling of aloneness and desperation, it still apparently appears to happen to some human corporeal manifestation, especially those that are homeless, that don't have any shelter, don't have a home. They have nowhere to shelter themselves from the elements, from nature. They find ways. Of course, there's charities, and then there's Salvation Army, and then there's churches who take in the homeless and say, well, we'll provide you as much shelter as we can. There can't be enough of those. It needs to be more, especially in the United States, where you see the poverty and you witness the poverty. And every country apparently appears to have poverty, where there's not enough to go around. It shouldn't be that way, obviously. There should be an even distribution of plenty to go around. Every single human corporeal manifestation can have its own shelter, its own food to eat, its own food to eat. Who's controlling the distribution of all that? Distribution of wealth, distribution of food, see, and then you can, and then it is, began to. I'm not going to say I am thinking about this. It is obviously occurring, an event that's appearing to happen. Can we all do something about that? Of course we can. The question is, how can we have absolutely every human corporeal manifestation on the same page at the same time? How can we do that? Get everybody to agree, get everybody together. As the togetherness is already there, but in different ways. The collective consciousness, the collectivity of we are not. All human corporeal manifestations are interconnected. How and why is that? Well, of course, obviously, we are blended with absolutely everything that appears. We are appearances, and we are energetic movements, and everything is absolutely energetic. It's all energy. The absolute, absolutely everything, is energy. Empty fullness is energy. Simply this is energy. And constant energetic movement causes absolutely everything to appear as it does. Absolutely everything. That it is and it isn't. Apparently appears to be observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. How is that so? Nobody knows. Why? Because there's nobody separate anywhere to know that. Nobody can claim to know the unknowable, that which is ungraspable. See, and it goes on and on and on like that. It can be expressed in various ways. Sure, you can take all types of different words that mean the same thing. Words do have meanings behind them. That's it. The words, the expressions, in certain languages. Why is it expressed in that way? Does it feel that it has to? No, it's just another expression. If you're simply being, you're being in a natural state. When I say a natural state of beingness, it is simply going to express, oh, well, it entertains a thought. Thought comes into mind. Comes into what mind? Not a single mind. It only appears to be as though I have a mind of my own and you have a mind of your own. So we're tapping into a mind of our own? Is that what's being tapped into? No. What's being tapped into is a collective consciousness. That is, along with absolutely everything else that appears. How can that be? Nobody knows how. It's just recognized. Does it take cognition to recognize? It certainly does. Otherwise, it wouldn't be expressed. It wouldn't be stated in some language that is so. That apparently appears to be so. See? And it can go on and on that way.
Real and unreal.
Both real and unreal. Precisely.
And when I say entire appearance, the appearance at the moment is a room. That's what seems to be happening. If the individual is in this room, or their experience, then it'll be known. There'll be the experience, I know I'm sitting in the room and I have a position in this room and I know where it is. When there's no one left, there's just rooming, peopling, speaking, hearing.
This is funny.
There's no position for that. There's no knowing for that. That's just what's happening.
Sealinging.
When that experience I am falls away or stops happening, one of the most poignant parts of that is the recognition that it never happened.
Sealinging.
That there never was a position separate from any other. The recognition is that every apparent position is everything. So the me will look at a hand and go, that hand is a part of an arm, which is a part of a body, which belongs to somebody.
Body.
When there's nobody left, that's everything, or that's the infinite handing. That's the infinite peopling. That's the infinite sealinging.
Are you sure about that, Jim?
He got stumped.
Sealinging? Alrighty then. Sealinging it is. God. Oh, blown, man.
So, because there's already no one, that's just a suggestion. I'm not telling you anything. There's no answers. The individual is looking for something to happen. What's being suggested here is there's something that might stop happening.
Which is why it questions.
That never happened.
That's why it questions
It just isn't anything.
It
The
doesn't
individual has the
understand how it
experience that
can
it needs
be.
to add something to itself for this appearance to be whole.
It's simply being.
There's nothing to
It
add.
doesn't know how. It
There's
thinks it
nothing
has
to
to
add to
know
itself.
how it's being.
There's nothing
And
missing.
then it thinks it has to do something about its own beingness. No. You don't have your own beingness. It's just simply beingness. See? You can't claim
So
beingness.
we can discuss that.
Nobody can claim beingness because there's nobody around
Or
to claim
anything
it.
else, actually.
Claim beingness. It's just simply beingness. And it's a collective beingness, a collective consciousness, blending with all that simply is. With all that is and all that is not. We are and we are not. Blending absolutely everything. Empty fullness, real and unreal.
Yeah, well, I've got a question already then.
It's the Alpha and Omega, figure eight.
The only thing that isn't real is individual.
Yeah.
The rest is all real.
No. It's real and unreal.
Both.
So I can't push the
Say it. Jim doesn't say it.
experience
Both
that
real
you
and
have,
unreal.
like sitting on a chair.
You have
Yeah.
to say that after. You can't just say, oh, it's real and unreal,
Yeah, that
and then
is
leave that alone.
real.
No.
A dream.
You have to
Yeah,
include to
That's
say it.
part of the individual's dream. The individual has the experience of being inside a body and takes responsibility for seeing.
See, this could be lulled over, obviously. See, this could be examined. This is why it is examined. This is why this is referred to non-dualism research. We're researching all aspects of non-duality. And it has been referred to as Neo-Advaita, another name for it. Neo-Advaita in the sense that in the ancient of days, it was simply the Upanishads, the Gita, Advaita Vedanta, the source. The very first mentionings, the very first recordings, the written, scribed, and spoken via the Sanskrit language in the ancient of days. It was not even a conception, idea of an internet. Of course not. Nobody could have predicted it back then. Not even in the freaking 80s. You know, but then the idea sprung up all of a sudden. Where did that idea come from? See, where do thoughts originate from? Where does the mental thought system come from? Where is it? Does it originate somewhere in some fixed position? No, it is simply blending with absolutely everything on this planet. And this is just local to this particular planet in the universe. I mean, it's set up this way, isn't it? How is it set up? It is a setup. If anybody was to go into space, what happens over there? Well, first of all, there's no gravity. Second of all, you have no atmosphere. And then you create that vacuum in that craft that's used. You know, the spacecraft that's used. You know, especially when the astronauts went to the moon. So we look at all these different contrasts. And then it is recognized, and then it becomes obvious that it's just all manifestation. It's just all appearances. Absolutely everything is just simply appearing. And within the appearance of absolutely everything, there apparently appears to be content, which is why these conjurings occurred, and then labeling and naming. Just because there has been observed distinctions. The manifestations appear different. And so it is fashioned. Items, things, separate things within everything, fashioned as though there's this hand taking a ball of clay and then shaping it into something. That's a work of art. Or a painter has a blank canvas, then it begins to paint, put colors on it, place colors, take colored paints, and take a brush and begin to paint. A rendering, a visual rendering. We call that a work of art, a piece of art. All that is and all that is not empty fullness is constantly appearing as a work of art. It is its own work of art. Ever noticed the sunrise and the sunset with certain types of scenery and landscapes? Breathtaking landscapes in Norway and Switzerland, mountainous regions. where nature is left alone. Notice that's where most of the Beatitudes are noticed in nature, as an example. So this is why many artists take these sceneries that apparently appear to be Beatitudes. I mean, just enjoying a sunrise or a sunset, capturing a photograph of that. No artist can duplicate that. There are very, very good renderings or attempts to duplicate what is visualized and seen in nature. But look at what has been invented as well. Look at the video games. The video games pixels, the pixel rate is getting so refined, it's increasing to such a degree that there may come a day with the technology that there may come a time in the future perhaps, that video games are going to appear so real and mimic reality as it's seen through the eyes of the facilitation of sight, that we no longer be able to distinguish between that which apparently appears to be reality as a dream and that which is virtual. Because it has been entertained, that idea has been entertained before, regarding the Matrix and a holographic universe, holographic imagery, and taking the video games to a whole other level now. Virtual reality is quite, the virtual reality of the pixel rate and the high definition of the pixels and the appearance of the visual field that's created, it continues to improve. It keeps getting better and better, and then we may see a reality that will begin to apparently appear to mimic science fiction. Science fiction that was once relegated to impossible is now possible. Elon Musk, just check it out. You know, there's a billionaire who's referring to artificial intelligence, and then, you know, that is a fascinating subject in itself. You know, it's just as fascinating as this non-duality is the Advaita movement. It's just as fascinating as that. And so, this particular human corporeal manifestation has a proclivity to look into things of that, you know, those type of appearances. Science fiction has a great appeal. It's the mystery behind it, the paranormal, alleged ghosts, spirits, and things of that nature, and then possessions, and then evil entities, good entities, near-death experiences, an afterlife. What is that all about? And then if you examine that closely, if it is examined, I'm not saying you have to do it or that I'm doing it. It's just an examination. It's possible to look into various subjects of manifestations that appear to be so mysterious in the paranormal that's witnessed. Another one is these objects, these flying objects, unidentified flying objects, and the idea of extraterrestrials, you know, of human corporeal manifestations that appear humanly corporeal, but appear in different ways. Some human corporeal manifestations apparently appear to have more or less of 5 fingers. Some might have 4 fingers, elongated. The appearance of the proportions of the human form apparently appear to be different. And then you start entertaining these ideas, science fiction ideas, that there is this galactic center in space. And that galactic center was the point of where there was a condensed point of energy and then exploded into the universe, the known universe, and the visible universe. The Hubble is only peering into just a small portion of it. And the countenance is just immeasurable. That appears to be infinitudinally complexified, infinite. The infinite nature of the universe, an infinite universe. Apparently appears to go on and on. So there's this alleged galactic center. And then from that galactic center, so much space and time. And then nearest the galactic center, these solar systems form, Earth-like planets, and then galaxies. Closest to the galactic center, if that idea is entertained, that there are human corporeal manifestations of civilization that appeared as a humanoid form, had a head start. In other words, just as you see in the story with the story of Earth, and as ancient as it is, billions and billions of years old, not just a few thousand, not just like the creation story of the Christians is ridiculous. Right off the bat, I mean, that already proves it. 6,000 years. The world was created in 7,000 years. That was it. Okay? The Adam and Eve story. See how there's obvious loopholes there that don't provide credence to scientific fact and evidence of that. Evidence of past civilizations and then life, teeming with life. But no. There was only it only took 7,000 years for that to happen. Well, what about all the billions of years? The carbon dating, that's wrong. Civilizations going past 7,000 years. So it has to be 7,000 years, like the Christians are saying in the Bible. In the Bible, well, that's the truth. That's supposed to be the ultimate truth, isn't it? What happened there? So you see, once everything, absolutely everything that's knowable, okay, just referring to the knowable parts, because that's all we have to work with, don't we? What do we have to work with? That which is knowable. So take that which is knowable, yeah, and examine that, and then notice the discoveries that are occurring, and then the new inventions that apparently appear to be new, because, well, nobody else has apparently appeared to have invented any other inventions other than the different ones. All the base main inventions have already been invented, and then now they're just simply being refined and updated and upgraded, and that's all that apparently appears to be happening now. Taking that which was invented and then calling it an upgrade, an improvement. Just as with software, the next update's coming up with Microsoft. Oh, we need the next update to come up. Some type of software program, updated and updated and updated and updated. And then all these updates and upgrades and new versions, and newer versions. And then it apparently appears to be as though there's some type of progression going on, which is how the idea was conjured regarding evolution. And then the idea of a spiritual evolution, of human corporeal manifestations that are continuing to appear a little bit differently and seemingly more well refined. Just as, I'll give you an example. Just as in the gaming industry, and you look at the video games, take Atari, okay, for example. Atari was just a freaking white dot. And it was a paddle, the little dot going back and forth. Doot, 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 the Atari. It was just a joystick and a red button, red fire button. And just a joystick. That's all it was. It was so crude and archaic as far as games go. Atari was the very first one. I remember having that in the cartridge. Circus fun. I used to spend hours as a kid playing that on the black and white television set. The new generation has no clue about that. They don't know. They don't know what that's like. So see, we could take that example right there. Take that example of the memories that are retained. Did it really happen? Well, you can only picture what? Only picture the photographs that were taken and the bodies. That's not to say we did not exist. At one point we existed in that particular way. Yeah, we apparently appeared in a certain way, and we continued to change, and now we are all continuing to change now because of what? Age, time, timing, apparent appearances, as though there's this continuity going on, there's this movement, there's a river flowing, time as though it's a river flowing, past, present, now, future, Past, present, future, past, present, future. It's like the continuous flow. It's this. It's not this. It's not a loop. It's this. And the entire solar system. Let's just refer to the story of Earth. In the story of Earth, at some point, along with the solar system and the Milky Way galaxy is referred to Milky Way galaxy via astronomy, and then this is going on. And what's in that central point where those merge, those points that merge in the very center of that figure eight, the Alpha and Omega. No beginning, no end. At the center of that point is referred to as a galactic center. And then everything outward motion, and then this continuous. Somewhere on that track, you could refer to as a universal cosmic racetrack of all it is. And then, so there it goes. The figure eight that way. Somewhere that figure eight is this particular galaxy. And it's continue on, continue on, continue on. And it enters in a different, whole, altogether brand new area of space that it's never traversed before. So the entire solar system, including the Earth, of course, is moving. There's constant movement, and that's energetic movements throughout the universe. And so there is this idea, and it can be envisioned, and this is why astronomers are referring to how the perturbations, of the revolvement around the sun and the earth revolves around it. And it's that clockwork motion that's universal. And so there's this galactic center, that point, and there's this going on. But if looking at it closer instead of going back, looking at it and examining closer, just as a scientist will take a microscope and then witness microbial life, can't see it with just a facilitation of sight alone, as is referred to the naked eye. It requires closer examination in order to witness the tiny microbial life forms. And so as life is witnessed that way via the microbial life through a microscope, so too can the Hubble take the stars and the what could be solar systems, Earth-like planets revolving around nearly almost every star, and then the subject of astronomy is just fascinating in itself. But yet, I'm just simply, no, I'm not doing this. I'm just, when I say I, well, yes, you can't get away from that, can you? You self-cannot in itself. You still say I. But there's no longer this claiming, though. Getting back to non-duality, it's no longer saying, well, I have my own life I'm living, you're over there, and I'm here, and that's the way apparently appears to be, and okay, fine, leave it there. And then I still say I. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I have to. No, it's just the body mind. Of course, the body takes itself over there, in a sense, so to speak. So it's very, very peculiar, though, isn't it, with the use of language? It's as though the expressions have changed, have returned to a type of, almost as though it's an innocence. It's as though innocence is restored, isn't it? The wonder is greater. The return to that awe-stricken feeling when looking out in nature, and the examination of the macrocosmic sense of space, and then the microcosmic to just witness all of that and go, wow, how is that possible? How is all of this appearing the way it does? It's just unknowable. But it's just amazing. It's magical. It's extraordinary. The beatitudes of nature alone, and then just looking around and you do know, you're aware, you realize. You can't just see absolutely everything with just facilitating sight via these human corporeal manifestations, as using them as cameras or as puppets. You know, the camera eye, the camera operator's back here all along, going, whoa. You know, and then as what's witnessed through the camera, it's going even more well. It's not all that surprising to that which we are, which of course is non-local quality conscious energy, non-local quality conscious energy field. But what's more whoa is when it's filtered through absolutely everything that's witnessed, filtered through the appreciation and the extraordinariness and the awesomeness, the magical witness of absolutely everything. And there's so much life that it cannot be counted or defined. It's just beyond understanding, it's beyond conception. The magnitude of life is just incredible, isn't it? It's extraordinary.
Feeling and sitting on the chair.
Okay.
That's a position. That's the beginning of duality. And the suggestion from here, that's a dream. That's completely illusory. What we're talking about is the end of experience, which is the end of the experience.
You know, the capturing, this is really interesting in this particular satsang, because you notice one of the attendants there, the back of the head of that female, sometimes she nods yes, sometimes she nods no. You wonder what she's nodding no to whenever Jim Newman, the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman, that is expressing as he does, and the statements that are being heard and being stated using the English language, what he's conveying. Nodding no. What are you nodding no to? That would be really interesting. What type of thoughts some of these people that are attending these satsangs are thinking. I can imagine that many of them are holding back. They're afraid. They're probably, well, not afraid, they don't fear, but they're reluctant to say anything or to question because they're too self-conscious. And have you ever noticed that? Let's say it's you and I. There's still this apparent appearance of a you and I. Just for the sake of language, of course, that you have these opinions, you have certain opinions, and I have certain opinions, and opinions still continue to go on. Why? Not that there's a separate sense of self there that's saying, well, my opinions matter and your opinions don't, or your opinions matter and my opinions don't. Some do and some don't. No, we're not going to get into that because that's going to become a debate, and then it becomes what? Because as though, well, wait a minute. I thought we were referring to that we are and we are not, and this is a collective consciousness, and well, what happened to that all of a sudden? So this is why it seems that once there's this collapse of a separate sense of self, the speech apparently appears to change. That which is expressed by a human corporeal manifestation is no longer claiming my life, my body, my free will and choice to live my life as I so please. Now, all of that's gone. All of that's collapsed. It never really happened. It was just conjured and thought to be happened. This is why the conjured self is used as a way to express regarding whenever non-duality speech is shared, or whenever referring to non-separation. It's just non-separation. We're referring to non-duality. Another word for it is non-separation. Non-separation is kind of a neo-Advaitans word or terminology that can be used. You know, it can be also conjured to come up with a non-duality encyclopedia or a non-duality dictionary. It's just a matter of time. That may be conjured eventually in a non-duality. Who knows? Could he actually be written as we speak by somebody who decides to do that? When I say somebody, I mean, you know, some human corporeal manifestation decides to go, you know what? I am going to put together a non-duality dictionary of all the terms that are being used. And there could be a body-mind complex right now. Tallying all the different words and looking them up. And then compiling a non-duality dictionary. It's just an idea, isn't it? It's like any other idea.
There's nothing actually happening.
It's easy now. She's on yes. Sometimes she nods no. Sometimes she nods yes.
It's full. It's
It's as
complete.
though
It's
it's
whole.
an agreement with something, and then an agreement.
It's perfection.
Not a disagreement.
Not in
with
the, not in
something. It's being
the
said.
conceptual or experiential way that the me would want, or the individual would want to understand it or have it for itself. But it's perfection. It's perfect. It doesn't need anything. Within that perfection, there arises the experience, the me, that has an experience of being real. So it takes the is and isn't bit and only focuses on, there's somebody who wants to come in, focuses on or experiences the is bit, I am real. That experience of reality is the experience of separation. I'm here, everything else is outside of me, happening to me.
Yeah.
It's literally like being cast out of heaven.
Life is happening to me? No. Is life just exclusively happening to me and for me? And that I'm taking my life and I'm going to redirect it in a certain way? Yeah, it can apparently appear to continue to go on that way, couldn't it? Am I going to make a decision to take my own body and I'm going to continue to live my own life as I see fit? No, something has changed, hasn't it? Seemingly so. Once there is this separate sense of self that is no longer supporting the idea that it is separate from everybody and everything else, suddenly the way it expresses obviously changes. And it's only noticed, it's not even noticed by, let's say that a particular human corporeal manifestation, suddenly drops. Then that's why it was asked, some of the earlier satsangs of Tony Parsons, he's married too, he has his partner. And that's why they ask, well, did your family, and he has grandkids too, he has children and all that, but that's why they asked. They said, well, did you notice in your everyday life of Tony Parsons that used to be that separate sense of self expressing with that birth name and birthright? Did the other family members around Tony Parsons, did they recognize a change and difference? See, so that's why these questions have been asked, and in a sense, it's a good thing that it has been recorded, because if you go back and check all of Tony Parsons' early works, or his early recordings, his early satsangs that he held, you'll notice all of these questions. I really need to go take a break. Oh, I'll be right back. I pause it.
Experience that I'm going to find something. That experience that I am real, which is on a journey for a better experience, That entire experience, the entire thing, is illusory. There is nothing happening. There never was anything happening.
Yep.
Nothing will ever happen.
Yeah.
Everything that appears is emptiness.
And the reason...
Perfect. It doesn't need
Oh, jeez,
anything.
what did I do?
Within that,
Got clicked
Real.
happy.
a dream.
A dream.
I
Add
lost
to
track of
yourself.
where I was here. Sorry about that.
That's the infinite.
Folks.
That's what seems to be happening. If the individual is in this room, or their experience, then it'll be known. There'll be the experience, I know I'm sitting in the room, and I have a position in this room, and I know where it is.
See, nothing is happening. It only appears to be happening to what? To that which it believes it is a separate self. It is a separate self, separate from everybody and everything else. You see, that's why these ideas of self-identity and self-centeredness and isolation and individuality and independence, my life, it's mine, I'm going to defend it. I have my own opinions about everything that I witness that is apparently appearing to happen in society. Turn on the news, but I don't want to hear about the news, because all the news is going to be referring to are sensational events that are going on, or regarding deaths. Death is, wow, it's dramatic, and so let's put that on the news. Oh, somebody died today. A person that was once revered as an important figure with public speech or the public eye, especially in Hollywood. Oh, he was a famous actor or actress. They passed away. Wow, let's put that on the news because that's newsworthy. You know what's really newsworthy? This message of non-duality, which should have been incorporated a long time ago in the schools. Now in India, that's why India is the way it is. But yet, India was not invulnerable. It was also susceptible to following the belief in worshiping all types of deities, hundreds of different ones, Ganesh, and all this. All that's is not necessary as well. It's no different than, this supreme deity, this God that's worshipped in the Old Testament, New Testament writings that are referred to in Jesus Christ, all that. But you know what? Advaita Vedanta is still in there, especially the part that refers to be in the world and not of the world. That's one of them. There's several different passages in the biblical accounts of the Old Testament, New Testament writings. Although there's 510,000 or so versions of the Old Testament alone, about 750,000 or so versions of the New Testament alone as well. So there's no wonder that so many Christians are so confused what to believe and why it branched off to so many different denominations. Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, Lutherans, Protestants, Catholics, Catholics, of course, and Protestants being the main ones, and then they branched off from there into different ones. Just look at, for example, as far as belief systems go, look at the Mormon religion. It's practiced mainly in Utah, and then the bigotry that's going on, and it's just an excuse for a man to have more than one wife, this idea, and then pedophile. I think some of them are as young as 13 or 14. It's an excuse for a man to be a pedophile, and that doesn't have to be going on. But then again, there's so many things that are going on, and then you obviously see behind the nature of an action figure and its behavior, and it can be quickly, immediately noticed and identified and say, okay, if it looks like a duck and it waddles like a duck, it must be a freaking duck, so to speak, kind of using that analogy. But there's so many analogies to use that just came out of nowhere. And normally that's how thoughts are conjured, aren't they? It comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? And then it's clouds going by in the sky. They're not affecting the sky at all, are they? They're not taking a piece of the sky out as the clouds go by, are they? It's not affecting the sky. Well, the same is of the mind, of consciousness, of the mind of an action figure. And so, of course, this has been already stated in a majority of the satsangs that the Birth Name Birthright of Paul Henneman has shared. And I'm going to continue expressing that way because it's just recognized as so obvious to this action figure to simply say, when referring to non-separation, non-duality, to simply say, you are not that birth name and birthright that you think you were. You're not that separate person. That birth certificate is not you. It's not about you. It's about a body, obviously, yeah, about that action figure, about that body that was once an infant and that was born, appearing to be born into the world. Was that your beginning? No. See, all of the units of local quasi-conscious energy forms are immortal. That's energy, okay? That cannot be destroyed. It's just simply redistributed throughout the universe, okay? How that's redistributed, nobody knows. Nobody will ever know. Except for some of the exceptions where they apparently appear to get close regarding the near-death experiences. They're nearly dead, but they didn't die all the way. Some of them kind of went halfway, and then they came back to report, well, this is what I experienced. I could have sworn. There's something going on there. There's something to it if it's examined. There's something very, very interesting about that. And we have yet to really pin that down. When I say we, those that are studying and documenting every single case of near-death experience. But you notice, when you look into that subject, you notice there's a religious element involved there. And that has something to do with whatever that particular body-mind was entertaining as far as what it believed in. In other words, the near-death experiencers experienced, meaning loved ones or religious figures such as Christ. Let's say that person had a near-death experience in the United States and they were raised in the Catholic or Baptist denomination, Christianity. And they had a near-death experience. They had a car accident. The classic case of a near-death experience, hovering over the body, no sensation of time, no sensation of a feeling of being in a body, just kind of floating, hovering, and only seeing. Sometimes audio, sometimes there's sound, but it's most of the time, majority of the near-death experience cases are the visual field, hovering in some area of space. Up in, when I say area of space, I mean, just in the air, just above. You can't say it's a fixed position in some coordinate in space or in the air, without being so specific. Can be, but, depends on the questioner. Oh, man. So, the near-death experiencers that, let's say, all of a sudden had that accident and they're on the brink of dying, and so they had a near-death experience, and then they encounter loved ones, and then they all of a sudden they're around people that they knew not too long ago, and some that they never met before, but turns out to be grandfathers, great-grandfathers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers, to say, oh, do you know who you are? But it's not your time, you need to go back. Or they run into a spiritual guide that takes on the appearance of Christ. And then there are some near-death experience cases where extraterrestrial beings were seen, or angels, and that's another one. Angels, one of the four orders of the angels, there's allegedly, if one were to look into these writings, and of course they're all conjured, and nobody really knows if it's true or not, but yet there apparently appears to have been, or still, even now, could be out in space somewhere, out in the ethers, in some other dimension, where these four orders of angels are referred to: the seraphim, the ophanim, the cherubim, and the Nephilim. The Nephilim were referred to as those the fallen ones that followed the bright morning star Lucifer, and then it goes on like that. It's a whole other different story, though. It's similar to the religious story, but it gets a bit deeper the same way that the Bhagavad Gita does when it describes about the creation story. But not so much creation, but regarding Krishna as the God of all gods, supreme deity. He's the creator of absolutely everything, is Krishna. Well, the God of the Hebrews, and is kind of similar, except the story is told in a different way. And so it's really fascinating to notice the similarities of these religious beliefs. But then when they're examined a lot closer, especially, let's say, an action figure that happened to have taken comparative religious studies in a university, in a college, and they would be privy to that information. So, in a sense, information and knowledge is helpful to some degree, especially whenever we are referring to non-separation, which could be construed as the ultimate truth of all truths. That it is the very, very first core of all spiritual, you could say spiritual beliefs or teachings. That is the very, very first one, the ultimate one, the most ancient one, the main one. That is the main one. And you can't go back any further because there's no other evidence to be found other than the Gita and the Upanishads referring to this. This should be said and mentioned. This is why it is being mentioned now. None of this is planned. This is all freestyling, man. It is. This is just freestyling. It always has, ever since the very, very first recording on this particular YouTube channel of the Conjured Self. Just decided non-dualism research. Well, if this action figure decided to take it upon itself to say, well, we're going to create a channel, what am I going to call it? Non-dualism research, the Conjured Self. That's what it's all about. And it will contain content and information referring to absolutely everything that's attributed and that which is knowable and then can be apprehended and shared. Information that can be shared that refers to all the different depths and manifestations of the Gita and the Upanishads and how that is taken from the original tongues of the Sanskrit and then an immediate translation into English. And it is apparently appearing to take off like any other virus, so to speak. It is, and the immediacy of the information is much more effective and much quicker now that we have the internet. And so there's neither anything wrong or right about it, but perhaps it is about time. Yeah, it's about time that this message of the Upanishads and the Gita is to be shared to the English-speaking action figures that apparently appear to be in the world with the story of Earth. As far as that goes.
When there's no one left, there's just rooming, peopling, speaking, hearing. No, but there's no position for that. There's no knowing for that. That's just what's happening.
Yeah, see, there's no knowing involved. There's no knowing required. Why? Being. That's it. Just being. I'm going to put my shades on again. This action figure has always been, well, not always, but recently, bags under the eyes. Is that bothersome? Yeah, to some degree. I could make up an excuse that doing all right, everything's fine, making good grades, the future looks so bright, gotta wear shades. What was the name of that 80s band? Timbuk3, wasn't it? Look it up, if you're curious. Timbuk3. Oh, the 1980s. This action figures generation, remember that? The MTV generation, when MTV music videos used to be played on that particular channel, that network. Doing all right, making good grades, the future looks bright, gotta wear shades. That's better. Yeah, it's in the being. It's not in the knowing. It's not in the doing. It was once thought to be that way. Why? Because there was that sense of a separate self that just simply thought and conjured up the idea, entertained the idea, held on to it, that it was separate from everybody and everything else, and that it has its own birth name and birthright, its own birth certificate to prove that it is a separate, unique, individual, self-sufficient person that has its own free will and choice to live its life, to live its own life as it so chooses and pleases, make choices for itself. And then it has the audacity to say, oh, why is my life so terrible? How come things don't go my way? It's not working out. Selfishness. Oh, man, that's so absurd, isn't it? You spoiled freaking brat. You are. You're spoiled because you think life is all about you. You know, and then you look at Hollywood. Man, that's really deeply entrenched with self-centeredness going on there. The Kardashians and then these reality shows and all that crap, man. Why? Why do you have to pollute the next generation with all that crap? No, it's unnecessary. Don't do that. And then the conspiracy theorists hop on board that. Oh yeah, that's to dumb down America and that's to corrupt them so that the government has the excuse to send chemtrails up in the air and then contaminate the food system. You know, the foods that are being consumed in the grocery stores, artificial additives and things like that. Those are really poisonous, but no, they're just to make the food last longer, and you know, and then all of these kind of paranoid things go on. It's no wonder that so many action figures are so paranoid, and that's not even to mention the violence that goes on and the easy access, how easy it is to access a weapon, you know, and for what reason? Why are you gonna? Oh, because I need to defend myself because there's a lot of evil people out there. I can't trust them, so I'm gonna have to weaponize my home because I need to defend my home and I need to lock my doors and I need to get home insurance and I have to be sure. See? All that's unnecessary, but how is that? Where is that conjured from? It's conjured from all these conjurings of ideas and conspiracies, and it just, the mental thought system's having a freaking field day with all that. And it's using you to do that. It's using you as the action figure that is convinced it is part of all that. It's part of that society that's operating that way. That's not really what's happening. It only apparently appears to be that way. So, isn't that something? All of these conjurings that are now recognized, and it's been going on this way for so long, and you wonder, how much longer does it have to continue this way? Where's the harmony? Where's the unity? Where's the unconditional love? It's always been around. And in a sense, it could be said that, does this message need to be hammered into society to help them realize, look, just be. Leave everything else alone. Leave it to all that is. Leave it to what is simply this. Leave it to that unconditional love, that universal, infinite, universal force that is within absolutely everything that will ever appear, that ever has appeared and ever will appear. In every minute atom, every molecule, every absolutely everything, it is there. It is that. It is that infinite, universal simply this. See, you can't even go over into and cross over into a spiritual thing, and you can't cross over to that being a belief, because it's not. It's not a separate belief. It's not a separate religion. It's not a teaching. It's just simply this. You can't put a label on it. You can't. It's not a process. Cannot be done. It's just simply being. So, in that unconditional love and in that simplicity, just be, and leave absolutely everything else to its own accord of volition, because it's going to arise however it wants to appear as it does. If you try to look at all that is and all that is not empty fullness and simply this and spacious aliveness, if you try to label it, that's not it, because it's not knowable that way. It's not knowable that way. It's just simply appearing as it does, simply this. Leave it there. Leave it at that. And that is that. That's it. Nothing else needs to be said. Nothing else needs to be known. And yet, the message of non-duality, the message of Advaita Vedanta, the message of non-separation, from the direct translations of the Upanishads and the Gita, that's where that information began. That's the source. And so, it is going to be expressed and going to be stated anyway, like it or not, regardless of whether or not you want to hear it or not. And if you don't care to hear about it anymore, you don't have to. You really don't have to. But yet, it's all that it is. It's all there is. You know, it's not weird shit. And yet, the weird shit is more weird than the conjured shit, the imagined shit. All of the imagined weird thoughts and ideas and imaginings, anything that could be conjured that way, is nowhere near as strange and unusual as that which is referred to as the truth, as that which is obvious. All that is simply this, cannot be known. And it's that mystery, it's that element of mystery and unknowableness, ungraspable. It's ungraspable. You can't grasp it. It cannot be put into a concept, cannot be put into a practice, an idea, a teaching. It is not, it never has been a teaching regarding the message of non-separation, regarding non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, Neo-Advaita, Neo-anything. You call it whatever you want to call it. And when you do think in terms of whatever you want to call it, it is going to be called that anyway. It's going to be called something. Because that is the habit. That's the habitual offensiveness of the body-mind, of the action figure. It just doesn't know what else to do with that. It thinks it needs to do something with it. With non-separation, the message of non-duality. It believes it has to do something with that. It believes it needs to turn it into a club. It needs to turn it into an organization. It needs to turn it into an institution. It needs to turn it into a school, a teaching, just as though it's a belief system, religion that needs to be followed. Okay, you're going to have to follow non-duality now. Now that it's known, okay, let's turn that into religion. Okay, here we go. Let's incorporate that into society. Let's turn that into another spiritual tradition. Let's turn that into another religion. No. Can't do that to it. Nice try, though. And you see the attempts as being tried right now. The attempts are being tried by particular groups of non-duality speakers. They're the ones that say, no, it's a teaching. I could teach this. I know I could teach this, so I'm going to teach it in a certain particular way, and we're going to call it the non-duality church, non-duality school. Don't do that to it. You don't have to do it. But if you do, it's not going to go anywhere. It won't. It won't go anywhere. It's going to spin the same way that all the other belief systems on this planet, the story of Earth, have gone. And so it's going to branch off that way. All it's going to do is going to branch off, and then it's going to dissolve and dissipate. It's not going to go anywhere because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because it's not a knowing, it's not a doing. It's part of being. The science of being. The self-realization. That's why it's mentioned here. And that's why in the original tongues, that's why it's mentioned. That's why it says that on here. Right here it says the science of self-realization. Beingness is a science. There's a science to beingness. Sure there is. It's very close to metaphysics. So that's why you see these conferences that are going on recently, these last 10 years or so. Science and non-duality. That's why we are witnessing that merge of the hard sciences and metaphysics and then non-duality. It's all being blended together because it's one and the same. Always has been. It's never been separate. It's just been a different expression regarding non-separation. The science and non-duality conferences. See, they're merging. And they're trying to make sense of it all. They're trying to come up with some type of a teaching, some type of a study, a foundation, organization. And it's going to spin that way anyway. Because that's what? That's the habit of the action figure. The human corporeal form, that's the habit. It wants to label, categorize, name, turn it into a religion, turn it into a belief, because it needs to be known. Why? Because it needs to be known. Leave it alone. It doesn't have to be known. It's already known. It's naturally known how? Being. It's in the being. It's not in the knowing. It's not in the doing. It's in the being. That's why nothing has to be done. That's why no religious group or an institution or foundation of the non-duality church of non-duality doesn't need to be created. The ashrams don't matter. You don't have to have an ashram, or you don't have to have all these monks chanting and all they're doing. But you know what? That's all they've ever known. And that's what they do. There's nothing right or wrong about it. It's not picking on them. It's nothing personal. It's never been anything personal. It's all about both. Personal and impersonal. Real and unreal. It is and it isn't. We are and we are not. Neti-Neti. Yeah, let's leave it there. That's it. So, is there anything more need to be said? Not really. But if there's ever apparently appearing to be more or less, or any presence of a separate sense of self still expressing that way, well then, it may eventually come across, if it's still seeking, because normally a separate sense of self is seeking. What is it seeking? Knowledge. So eventually it's going to run into this. It's going to run into itself. It will. It's going to run into itself, and it's going to realize, guess what? You're not separate. You're not separate from all this. You're not separate from everything. Never were. That story you were conjuring, that was just conjuring. Self-conjure, conjure self. Conjuring as though it was a separate self, and though it had a birth name, birthright, all that. It's just conjured. It was never that way. That story about a independent single person that was living its own life for itself, it had free will and choice to do so. Nope. All conjured. That's to conjure self.
When that experience I am falls away or stops happening, one of the most poignant parts of that is the recognition that it never happened. That there never was a position separate from any other. The recognition is that every apparent position is everything. So the me will look at a hand and go, that hand is a part of an arm, which is a part of a body, which belongs to something.
This is my favorite part of this.
When there's nobody left,
seeing,
that's everything. Or that's the infinite. Ending.
Here it comes.
That's the
Wait
infinite.
for it.
Peopling.
Wait for it.
That's the infinite.
There.
Sealing you.
Seeing
That stunk.
you sure, Jeff? Sure. Oh, man. Bless. Bless you, Jim. See, look at that innocence right there. See? That's innocence.
So, because there's already no one,
Beautiful.
that's just a
man.
suggestion.
It's a beautiful
I'm
thing.
not telling you anything.
The innocence, the retention of innocence.
There's
is
no
beautiful.
answers.
It's a beautiful thing. It really is. You feel
The
like a
individual is
child
looking
again.
for something to happen.
It's okay, you feel like a child
What's
again.
being suggested here is there's something that might stop
That's how you
happening
enter that kingdom.
that never happened. It just isn't anything. The individual has the
Because you
experience that
admit
it
you
needs to
don't
add
know.
something to itself.
Like the
For
eyes
this
of the
appearance
child.
to be whole.
Like
There's
into
nothing
the
to
eyes
add.
of the child.
There's nothing to add to yourself.
Beautiful.
There's nothing missing.
That's right. It's impossible for anything to be missing.
So we can discuss that.
Sure.
Or anything else, actually.
Brexit? Let's talk about Brexit. He's in freaking London. This was recorded in January, just outside, in London. Hell, I'm in Peterborough. I'm about 110 miles just due northeast of London,
Yeah, well,
here
I've got a question already.
in Peterborough.
The only thing that isn't real is individual.
Yeah.
The rest is all real.
No.
Oh, pardon.
It's real and unreal.
It's both real
So
and
the
unreal.
I can't, unfortunately, I haven't got my vocabulary, but the experience that you have, like sitting on a chair,
That's
Yeah.
not an exclusive experience, though.
looking,
You're not having
Yeah.
an
That
exclusive
is
experience
real.
separate from
A
everybody
dream.
and everything
a
else.
dream.
Yeah, that's part of the individual's dream.
It's conjured.
The individual has the experience of being inside a body
Yeah,
and takes responsibility for seeing.
and that's conjured.
Takes responsibility for feeling and sitting on a chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
conjured.
position.
Good.
That's the beginning of duality.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And the suggestion from here, that's a dream. That's completely illusory.
Yeah, it's completely conjured.
What we're talking about is the end of experience,
The end
which
of
is
the
the
separate
end of
sense
the
of self.
experiencer.
See, she's nodding no again. What are you nodding no to?
Yeah, once again, I
Jim.
get it, but I don't get it.
No, of
Jim,
course.
check that. Jim,
Yeah.
check she's nodding no. Ask
Yeah.
her. Why are you nodding no? I wonder what's going through the mind of her as she nods no.
Jim, when you
I would be
operate,
curious
are
about
you,
that. This
This
Nonduality
doesn't
speaker
that won't
would.
work. We're not getting anywhere
Wouldn't
with
let
that.
that
Nobody
go.
operates.
Wouldn't
We're
let
simply
that
what's
slide.
happening.
No.
there's no mind in that equation.
Don't know what you mean by mind. There's thinking.
Yeah,
Keep going. Where's the thinking come from? See? There's stuff
think
that
what you're
they
looking
don't know what
for
to,
is
they're
there's
kind of
simply
reluctant
what's
to ask
happening.
questions.
That's this.
including.
It never changes. There's what's happening.
Including.
Everything,
Right,
including the individual,
yeah,
that says there's what's happening and something else, which is hope.
Yeah, whatever's conjured.
yes, no.
It's
That's
all
also
part
just
of
what's
it's all
happening.
part of everything. It's that.
That's the real problem for the individual.
Anything that can be
conjured,
conjured, anything can be thought, any thought can be
There's no
entertained,
position left for it to
any
feel like it's
speech,
separate or
any
real.
language, all of that
Because it's not.
is all part of everything anyway. What's apparent appearing to happen. So no matter what is stated, no matter what is said in any language, it is that what apparently appears to be happening. So that's all that the non-duality speaker is going to do. Every question is
No
asked,
one's
every
speaking.
statement is asked. See, it's going to bring it back to the paradoxical scenario.
So the thing
Of what is and what
looking
is
out of
not.
my eyes.
Is a
It
dream.
is and it
Yes.
isn't.
Yeah.
We are and we are not.
It-
Neti-Neti.
It's
That's it.
intelligence, but it's.
Non-duality
at the
speaker
same
puts
time.
it back into play.
Well, I
that
don't
way.
know what you mean by intelligence, but
Right.
it's just a dream. If there's something looking out of your eyes, it will see an object.
Right,
It's have an experience of a subject-object reality. When no one's looking out of your eyes, or when they're simply seeing,
yeah,
all that's left, there's no objects anymore.
right,
There's simply the infinite,
Hmm.
yeah,
finiting.
yeah,
But that's not anything anybody knows. It's not like, the individual, it hears what's being said here, and it thinks that this has somehow found something,
Yeah.
and has added it to itself,
Yeah.
and therefore become whole. Because it only can understand getting something, looking for something else. That's just not the way it is.
right,
It's already whole. There's the loss of the experience that there's something else that needs to happen.
right. If anything, it seems as though it's a defense that seems to rise internally, which,
Well, the individual defends its position.
Yeah.
That's its whole life.
yeah,
It's gonna die.
yes,
It doesn't work out well for the
Yeah,
individual.
no, fine.
Of course not.
Right,
Tries to avoid that.
right.
So when people are laughing in the room like now, what
Yeah.
exactly is laughing there?
Who?
What is laughing?
What? Nothing.
Nothing. But
That's
they
all
don't
that's
really-
happening. Nothing.
Okay, but
That's
they don't
it.
understand why they're laughing.
There might be someone that comes in. Understanding is also nothing.
See, just by
Understanding.
saying that, there's laughter ensued, see? It's a
I'll
reaction.
never get it.
It's a
No,
reaction.
that's
For the
you got it. If you could.
You got it, there's no getting to it.
That's
It was
true.
worth a try.
Yeah.
Well, no.
I'm
You don't have
literally
to try
saying
to
that
be.
nobody gets this.
Wait
I'm
a
literally
minute, whoa,
saying
whoa,
that this
whoa,
didn't
whoa,
get
whoa,
it.
wait.
It's the whole
Wait. Address that. Address what was just stated there. Address it. It's worth a try. No. You're being. Do you have to try to be? No, you don't. See? Every statement in the responsibility, there is a degree of responsibility of a non-duality speaker that's holding a sat sign like that. Every word is uttered. Address it. So if you let it go, then what's happening there? That separate sense of self, you're going to continue on, and it's not going to continue questioning, it's not going to be exposed for what it is. It will not be exposed as it is making every effort to defend that it is a separate self and that it is unique and special and separate from everybody and everything else, and it has its own birth name and birthright. It's going to continue to reinforce that and believe that that's so. And here's a non-duality speaker saying, no, it's not that. That's not so. But you can't let it go whenever they say something when they say, well, it was worth a try. You don't have to try anything, see? You don't have to try thinking yourself into being. You don't have to try doing yourself into being. You're already being. So that's what should have been addressed when that was spoken by that particular action figure, but that's all right, see? Every non-duality speaker apparently appears to catch what they catch and notice what they notice, or dismiss whatever is not being spoken. If they didn't catch it, they didn't hear it. So it is down to the ability of a non-duality speaker that's sharing this message. It's down to how that apparently appears to manifest and happen. Because it's just a natural happening. It's not planned. That which is noticed in one satsang may not be noticed in another, which is what is being presented here. This is why, in this particular fashion, that it is taking an examination of a satsang that's being expressed in a certain way, and it's turning it into a series whereby we're going to examine what apparently appears to be stated, what is being said, the interplay, the exchange, the information that's being mentioned, the questioners. The satsang is to starve the questioner. The purpose, if there's going to be a purpose, and the original purpose of a satsang was to do what? Was to simply starve the questioner. Is there a reason why the questioner is to be starved? Well, there is apparently appearing to be a reason why. There are attendees, there are attendants attending a satsang. And so that is addressed. So the non-duality speaker will have a certain ability, a degree of that ability to do what? To convey non-separation, to convey it. And the conveyance of non-separation in a satsang is going to come about unexpectedly. It's going to manifest in an unexpected way. Why? Because it's unplanned. The moment it is planned, then what happens? Then there's just simply more conjuring of a self-conjured self that calls itself a non-duality speaker such as I or Shanti or a Muji and says, okay, we'll be here at such and such date, mark your calendar, and then that's how they kind of perpetuate the idea. It is not conveying the true message of non-separation, Advaita Vedanta Upanishads, the manner by which it had been already continued on in the original fashion. The original fashion of the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. It was that message of non-separation had become distorted with the guru, the guruing. So that's why it's very, very important to be very careful, because a non-duality speaker runs the risk, a neo-Advaita speaker runs the risk of doing what? The same thing that the guru has done. Thousands of years ago, it took the message of non-separation, then it said, okay, you follow this particular guru, and you're going to get these particular results. No, there are no particulars referring to non-separation, non-duality. No, there are no particulars in that. And there's no planning involved. It's freestyling it. Freestyling it all. No charge. It's just action figures getting together and saying, do you see what I see? Do you notice what I'm noticing? And we say I. That's that human corporeal manifestation of an action figure. That's the I. As though, but it's not separate. It only apparently appears to be separate. Why? Time is time in the apparent appearances of that which is appearing manifest for a temporary, impermanently, indeterminate duration in space and time and out of space and time. That is how we are and we are not. It is. Absolutely everything is, and it isn't. From nothing, out of nowhere. For nobody in particular. But for everybody, it apparently appears to be. For absolutely every human corporeal manifestation that will ever appear, has appeared, will ever appear. The non-duality message, non-separation, is for absolutely every human corporeal manifestation that has appeared in space and time in the past, is appearing now in space and time, and will apparently appear in the future, in a future timeline. It will apparently appear. All the apparentness, of absolutely everything that appears. It is for and to absolutely every body, mind manifestation. Doesn't leave nobody out. Everybody, absolutely everybody's included. Why? Because it's appearing, mingling with absolutely everything that is appearing. As time is time in the apparent appearance of everything. That's it. That is it. And that is that.
Drive, the need, the expectation that something needs to be gotten dies.
Right. Right. It's the guesswork. It's the anticipation of something else that's going to happen. And it's the desire to control that. The desire to control what happens next. That's not necessary. That desire, that energy to anticipate, what's going to happen next? Oh, I wonder what he's going to say next. I wonder what I'm going to witness next. I wonder what I'm going to see. No. It's just simply an allowance to just be. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen and arise as it does. And still, let's say, if a body-mind action figure runs into a certain situation in the environment as it goes about its day, oh yeah, it's going to avoid getting run over by a car if it's crossing a busy street. It's going to continue to get hungry and seek something to eat. It is going to continue to, if it needs to use the restroom like it does now, go and urinate. All of these things that the body mind is going to continue on that way. But the only difference there now, the only main difference, and that's a main one, that is the main difference to catch, is that there's nobody no longer in control of its own life in its own body-mind, its own action figure. It doesn't own that. It cannot claim that once the collapse of a me, of a separate sense of self, has died. It no longer exists. It realizes that it never existed in the first place. It never did exist in the first place. And yet it's still appearing, isn't it? Yeah? It still goes on appearing in space and time. Why does the human corporeal manifestation continue to appear, although it is also already dead? And it's also admitting that it collapsed and it never existed in the first place. Why is it still continue to appear then? Because that is the manifestation of beingness. Being. Mingling with absolutely everything else that's appearing. It's not separate from everything else that's appearing. It's mingling with it. It's part of it. It is absolutely part and mingling with it. Always has been, always will be. It's simply just a different type of appearance. It's the same energy, it's just simply appearing differently. We need to pause this. We'll be right back and take a break. It's just this action figure drinks a lot of coffee in the mornings. Okay, where were we? Ever said that before? Where are we? Where were we? Were we anywhere in particular? Not necessarily. We're always everywhere, aren't we? Sure we are. But who talks like that? Do you talk like that when you go to your job, go to work? Do you talk that way to your parents? Do you talk that way to your brothers and sisters, or your cousins, or people that know you, your mates, your friends? Same mates, of course, here in the UK, same word for friend. In America, friend also means mate. Same thing. Different, simply a different culture, different words. Chip, potato chip, chips, or French fries. See, it goes on and on like that. What's the other one? Oh, there's so many words. And the pronunciations of certain English words as well. Aluminium, there's no two I's in aluminum. It's aluminum, not aluminium. That's another one. That kind of gets some of the British people going. And I say it on purpose because it does kind of, for some British people, that kind of gets to them. It's not Derby, it's Derby. It's D-E-R-B-Y, the town of Derby. Not Derby, you see. And then I was working at BGL here in Peterborough last year, and one of the managers, and I was saying that to him just out of the blue during a break, and he goes, "I should know it's pronounced Derby because I was from there. I used to live there, so that doesn't make any difference how a word's pronounced. You pronounce the word any way you want to pronounce it. So why should that get you riled up or upset?" Just having a laugh. Yeah. See, that's another phrase for British people. Are you having a laugh? You all right? You know, the expression, you all right, is the same in America as, are you okay? Or, how you doing? You all right? How you doing? How you doing today? So, it's really interesting that since 2002, when I moved here to the United Kingdom, how just those differences in, it's very, very similar. I mean, it's still the English language, it's just the way the English language is spoken. Well, at least we're not saying doth, doest, thou, thine. You know, the old English is not being used anymore. And so there's slang and there's urban slang. And, you know, the one that's really irritating, speaking of something that's irritating, is everything just just flowers and love sprinkles, like Muji says, love sprinkles. Kiss my feet, by the way. Love sprinkles, love sprinkles. No, of course not. There's still anxiety, there's still turmoil, there's still effort that appears to be done. But now, once there's a collapse of a separate sense of self, now that as Paul Hederman, the birthday and birthright of Paul Hederman, as he says in his sayings, traveling lighter. That's what that means, to travel lighter. You're no longer bothered. You're no longer bothered by the small stuff. You don't sweat the small stuff anymore. Nothing gets to you anymore. Nice try. Give it a try. See if it gets to this body-mind. Too stubborn. Way too stubborn now. It's set in its ways. But the ways that it's set now, it is for that which is absolutely everything that arises. I'm for that now. So whatever happens, whatever arises, I don't anticipate it. But it's as though it's calmly just watching the world go by, so to speak. And whatever arises, I'm ready to do what? Take action if need be. Yeah. And if you think this 56-year-old action figure cannot take action as quick as it used to when it was in its 20s, no, reaction time is still quick. It may be kind of wearing out and knees hurt a little bit going up and down the stairs. And if you feel those aches and pains of a body mind, you know anybody that was born between 1955 and 1965 can vouch for that. Where of all these aches and pains, this uncharted territory, is it not? Yes? For all those other action figures out there that are going through their they're half a century. They've been around, apparently appearing to be in the world. They're half a century in their 50s. Uncharted territory. All brand new bodily sensations that have never been felt before. New aches and pains. Hair growing in places that never grew before. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm turning to Yoda. Hair's growing in ears. Isn't that nice? No, it's just, I could feel them. I keep shaving them, and it's not going to stop. I feel like I need to get electrolysis or something on the ears, I'm telling you. But does that matter? Of course not. That's just all the body. It's the extra figures. So what? Just take advice of what me mom used to say. When I say me mom, that's the way they say it, the British people. But my mom, my mother, my parent, mom, bless her heart. She put up with a lot of craziness in this action figure. I'm not even going to go into that story. Does it really matter? Oh, man. Okay. This is craziness, isn't it? It really does. If you have never, ever heard a non-duality speaker speaking, if you hear them speaking for the first time, and it was the same for this action figure as well. Prior to 2016, I just came across it just by accident, actually. I was just kind of surfing the YouTube. And I came across it, and I thought, oh, wow, this is interesting. What is this about? And the very first satsang I ever heard of a recording was Tony Parsons. Just happened to have been him. And then I heard about Jim Newman. And Jim Newman, of course, stems from what Tony Parsons, the manner by which he delivers the message of Advaita Vedanta regarding non-duality, non-separation. The delivery of that message. The open secret, all that type of thing that's been mentioned. And then discovered Paul Hederman. Oh, there we go. That's the American version. Now, I can really relate to that, of course. Not to say that Jim Newman or Andreas Mueller, by the way, which is another good one, another good non-duality speaker. When I say good, I mean he's speaking of non-duality speech, unlike Eckhart Tolle or Muji. Okay, so see, we're noticing the segregation, separation. That was not intended to happen, but it did anyway, didn't it? Obviously, it did. And so there's division going on there. There should not be division regarding the message of non-duality. It's a fact. It wasn't meant to be turned into a teaching and then write books about it and that sort of thing. To write a book about it is just one perspective, one manner by which the message of the Upanishads, the Gita, it was written thousands of years ago. So this is why it's referred to as Neo-Advaita, the Neo-Advaita movement. It's taking all of those ancient teachings regarding the message of Advaita. Advaita Vedanta. The Vedanta bit, of course, is the written, described part. The Advaita is the spirit of the law. The Vedanta is the letter of the law. Vedanta. You can see Vedanta. Vedanta. Potato, tomato, Caribbean. Oh yeah, when I was referring to that earlier, I remember the first time I heard controversy. What did that English person just say? British? They said controversy. What is controversy? The accent's on the first syllable. Controversy. Yeah, I was just having fun with it. Just having fun with the English language, just to entertain this action figure. Yes, this action figure still enjoys being entertained that way. Figures of speech. It's just a character. That's all this body mind is. This action figure, all action figures are characters. Yeah. And how do they develop that character, that personality? Well, a clinical psychologist is going to say, oh, well, that stems from your childhood, the way you were raised, blah, blah, blah. No. You're going to have to look a hell of a lot more deeper than that, buddy. Oh yeah, mate, you're going to have to go a lot deeper than just the superficial, psychological, psychobabble. You know, nice try. You know, I can recall when I was younger in my 20s, I was diagnosed as having what is referred to in these modern times, the clinical psychologist says, oh, you have attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Well, back in the 70s, that wasn't even known as anything pertaining to ADHD or ADD or schizophrenia or all these other type of mental disorders. Are you mental? There's another phrase that's used here in the UK. Man, that person's a Fruit Loop. Man, he's lost the plot. He doesn't have both oars in the water. He is an order of fries shy of a Happy Meal. You know, all these types of things that are found to be quite humorous, comical. And there, even in Facebook, you see the comically enlightened. You see these certain types of groups that are stemming from this, the spiritual movement, the New Age movement, the Enlightenment, and you see all the different formations of these different Facebook pages going off in all kinds of different directions. And then you can easily distinguish between those that are referring to, without the New Age wishy-washiness and the spirituality, and without the alien theme, extraterrestrial theme, and otherworldly theme, and the paranormal, and all this other stuff. You can kind of tell and distinguish between those that are speaking of the raw essence of the Upanishads and the Gita, a direct translation, without the teaching parts, without the guruing, without all that. That's not necessary, never was. Why? Because it's a fact. Non-duality, non-separation is not two. That is a fact. It's not a teaching. Never was intended to become a teaching, but it did anyway. And so, it's neither right or wrong. It's just simply an observation, isn't it? Every action figure has an opinion. So what? It's just like every action figure, it's nothing special. Every action figure goes to the bathroom, Every action figure puts on a pair of pants the same way, a pair of socks, I heard Jim say once, all there is dirty underwear, just as long as all there is dirty underwear. That's kind of a silly thing to say, don't you think, Jim? I mean, looking back, you must, perhaps you're even told by somebody that's attended one of your satsangs before, why did you mention dirty underwear? Of all things to say with the English language. And then, man, you speak fluent German there. That's impressive. That has to be your first language, Jim, because I hear you when you're speaking English, you're not using all that many English words in the same way that you express with the German language. And I'm sure that happens the same with Andreas Mueller. Yeah. And then you have, he's British, yes, Richard Sylvester, yeah, he's British. The only Americans that I know of regarding the non-duality speech is Paul Hederman and Jeff Foster. But then let's not exclude Keith Madden, from Ireland, over Dublin, I think. Anyway, that was with Frank McCaughey's YouTube channel. Can I Be Frank? Another spin-off of the Neo-Advaita movement that's going on. He interviews people that are non-duality speakers that are speaking of this message of non-duality. Speak up! I can't hear you on the microphone. Yeah, you need to keep a steady volume so we can hear you. Well, the microphone's right there. Should have picked that up. Maybe you just need to turn it up if you think there's something important that's being said here. You know what? All of this really doesn't matter. It's just another angle, another another manner by which the non-duality, Advaita, Neo-Advaita, whatever you want to call it, speech is being shared using the English language this way. Does it really matter? No, of course not. Does it matter how the message is delivered? No. Does it matter what you look like, what an action figure appears, how it appears when it's expressing this? No. It's just simply information is being shared. It doesn't matter to the grand scheme of what? There is no grand scheme, but it doesn't matter to absolutely everything that's appearing to arise as it does of its own accord and volition. Simply this. Yeah. Simply this. Empty fullness, the beloved, unconditional love, spacious aliveness, simply this. You call it whatever you want. I'm not going to call it dirty underwear. You can call it dirty underwear if you want, Jim. I ain't going to call it that. Because dirty underwear is dirty underwear. It's not all this. It's not empty fullness. Silly. That's all right. It's neither. It's neither silly or unsilly. It's not silly or non-silly.
Interesting thing is that interesting. The profound thing is,
take it personally and have fun with it. Don't be so
revealed
damn serious all the time.
There's only
Have
what's
fun with it.
happening. And it's never been different. So there never was an individual which had the experience that something was really happening.
Whatever. Click.
I don't believe you.
Next YouTube
Yeah, well,
channel.
don't believe me. You can't help it, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
I mean,
Yeah, you wouldn't? Why
It's
not?
irrational.
Why wouldn't you?
It's illogical.
Could, would've, could've, should've? Huh? It's irrational and it's rational. Both at the same time. It's rational and irrational. It's relative and it's non-relative. It's relevant and non-relevant.
It
Both.
will never be, can't ever be experienced by the mind, ever. Ever.
I don't know what you mean by the mind, but the individual, the contracted sense of here-ness, never gets it.
Yes.
It never gets what it's looking for.
Yeah. There's an internal experience of thinking, but it's
Now, thinking's not a problem.
right.
The I doesn't actually think. It's never had a thought. It's actually
Being.
never done anything.
Right.
As an
Yes,
actor.
I is beingness.
It's a react.
You can't deny
So a
that.
thought arises and the
You
individual
can't leave
takes
that out.
responsibility
No,
for holding
sorry.
on to it.
Right.
As a part of the story,
Sorry.
trying to find what
You
it's
cannot
looking
leave out I. You cannot leave
That
out
creates an
beingness
energy,
because
so it goes around in
that
a
is
circle, it
beingness.
goes
That's
back and
deny
forth.
that you're actually manifesting a human corporeal form
Is it thinking
that
become
had
an
the
issue?
Okay.
birth name and
The
birthright of
issue
Jim
is that
Newman.
there's somebody
No,
in there
no,
that
no,
thinks
no.
it matters.
Sorry.
Right.
That's not it.
It doesn't. There isn't.
Still.
It's interesting that you say the individual
Yeah.
does something. And I struggle with the concept, the idea that something that isn't real
And you can't deny that you're an appearance of a
Only for
human
me, only
corporeal
things that-
manifestation
are real.
that once had
Yeah.
but did not claim the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman. I bet
Yeah,
you have
how
a
can
birth certificate,
everything
Jim
be
Newman. You
nothing?
know you do. All human corporeal manifestations have a birth certificate. You have to be registered as a person. You're
No
not,
claims
you're not
to
going to
logic
claim to
there.
say, "Oh, I don't have a birth
We're
certificate.
describing a paradox.
I don't own one because I was
I
never
also say that
born."
the individual, when it stops happening, It's recognized, it never happened.
It does not work
how
that
come
way. It
something that never
apparently
happened
appears
back?
to be that I have a birth certificate. You're probably going to say something
Have any
like along
effect
those
at all.
lines. Doesn't matter.
So is
How
it,
you say that?
So really, what you're saying is there's
But
an
one way or
appearance
another.
of an individual act.
Then again,
Absolutely.
Actually, there isn't.
There's
Have
nothing
to be
happening.
correct or not?
This isn't, although the individual experiences itself and this is real, it's still not.
It's like a show.
It's both.
It's a show, it's a light show.
It's
Somebody
both.
said
It's real
yesterday,
and
it's a light
unreal.
show.
Yeah, it's a
Light
setup.
and sound show.
Yeah, light, sound show, setup, whatever. Fine. Life goes on, moves on, it
Regarding
arises
action, though,
of its own
if
accord
there's nothing
relation.
happening,
So
there's
what?
actually no action. Because
Fine.
action involves sort of change over time.
Yeah, there's apparent action.
Apparent action.
You're not going to tell me that you don't
Things
exist,
just
Jim,
happening.
because you know you do.
But nothing's happening.
You have a birth
Exactly.
certificate. What
Yeah.
are you going to burn your birth certificate and
It's only
say, oh,
apparently.
I was never born? No.
It only
You
appears
can't do
to
that.
happen. It only seems to happen. It's empty.
Try and see what happens. Burn your birth certificate. Burn it. Burn your passport. You don't need it. You don't need to go anywhere anymore. Because nobody's traveling in a
I
jet.
guess
Going from one country to another. Nobody's doing
the
this.
sense of the individual
It's
can
apparent. It appears to be happening.
dampen or distort the
Oh,
whatever you call it,
man.
the human being, the body mind, or whatever people say. It seems
Cosmic
like that
fucking
impact.
joke, man.
Absolutely.
It's a cosmic
Yeah.
joke.
So in that sense,
It is.
there's an impact.
In the story, of course, in the story of something really happening, there's an apparent impact.
Yeah, whatever.
You know when you
Parent
say
this,
these
parent
meetings
that.
are dangerous?
Oh, yeah.
I had apparently
Say because it might
take a piss a
Yeah.
while ago.
What is?
And I apparently
what
took
do
a
you say,
dump last
nothing?
night, but
It's not the
I'm not gonna
individual.
share
The
that,
individual
am
can
I?
get concepts of this.
of course not.
They can understand what's happening and then it'll apply it to its life.
Can you share every single urination and every defecation you've
I
ever
mean, it's
done?
there's something beyond the individual. It's not the individual. Something resonates
With what?
with what's being suggested.
Okay.
And it's not actually the words. I think the words are in some way, they're not irrelevant, but it's the energy. It's where they're coming from.
Okay.
One
And
step
So
beyond.
Why does it disappear?
What?
The individual.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Well, but see, if you ask why, then you're saying something really happened. And then there would be an answer. When the suggestion that it only apparently happens, then the why doesn't have any position anymore. There's no reality to it. It doesn't really happen. Nothing's really happening. This is nothing
really don't like
really
it.
not happening.
Rock the Casbah. Don't like it. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah.
So when you say
Amadeus, Amadeus?
it's obvious that the individual never existed,
Amadeus, Amadeus.
it's in the
check
same
out that
way
accent.
that you could say
You
yesterday my travel
existed.
didn't really happen.
Totally.
Okay.
Although it's
That's an
different,
interesting
because
kind of
traveling
accent.
did and didn't happen.
It did and didn't happen.
So there's a memory of traveling.
You are and you are not.
So
we
there's an
are and we are
apparent
not.
traveling that brought the sitting here about. It's just not real.
You're sitting there
It's not
and,
real in
and
the
you're not
linear
sitting
sense of the
there.
individual's experience of time as real. When the individual falls away, it really never happened.
Yeah. This apparently appeared to
It's
have
not.
happened.
It wasn't ever real and not real.
It
It
was
didn't happen. It so didn't happen that when it's no
Both. It
longer
was
there,
real
it's
and
almost
unreal.
impossible to remember.
It was real and unreal. It was both.
Like what the seeking energy was like, or what the movement
Absolutely
was like, or
everything
why
is real and
anybody
unreal.
would do it.
But yet it's got an impact on the appearance.
But only in the dream of the individual. Nothing is happening.
Yeah. That's the point.
In
Nothing
the dream of the individual, there
is happening.
seems to be a consequential
There's
process.
simply being.
Which is why people
simply
ask, what
whatever
happened?
appears
How did
to
it
be.
happen here? Because
And
the
that's
belief
absolutely
is
everything
that
that
the end of
arises
the
in its own
me
accord
is a
relation.
process that seems to happen.
Yeah.
There's no
So?
process.
So,
This isn't a process. This is
And?
already the wholeness, this
And?
appearance here.
and
The process of
and
what?
then
Real time.
and then
There's apparent time.
no and then and then no and then.
It's just not real.
It's almost like
And why and process
No, and
and
then.
development, all that depends upon something really
And?
happening.
No,
That's
and
only
then.
part of the dream of the individual. There's nothing really happening.
No and then. And then. No and then.
This isn't really happening.
Eh.
So in a sense, you could sort of imagine it as really
No, and
happening
then.
as a sort of a solidity. So the whole consequential experience builds up like a linear experience because this is solid. So it has a platform to rest on.
Looks like
When
bunnies
there's no one
hopping.
left,
How
this
do the
isn't
bunnies hop,
solid
Jim?
anymore. There's no platform from which to
How do the bunnies
extend out,
hop?
have anything else be real. There's simply this
Now,
happening.
wascally wabbit you.
And that's just what appears, what
Wascally
appears, what
wabbit.
appears, what appears.
You are wascally.
Has no solidity to it, doesn't leave anything behind.
And that platform has never existed.
Exactly. It's a dream. There is no separation.
Non-duality.
The position that says I know I'm here is a dream. There's no knowing you're there.
What is non-duality?
Somehow that make him feel so weird that,
No one then.
But only to me.
yeah.
No
Yeah.
non-duality. No
Yeah, that's the
non-duality.
illusion, believing the illusion, or experiencing the illusion.
No,
Totally.
no non-duality. Non-duality. No non-duality.
Seems to be a self-confirming experience.
Are you interpreting?
Why does somebody do that now? It's right in the front row.
Well,
He's
in
just
a sense,
silent
you
like
could say
that,
that
sitting
no
there
one's
going,
interpreting anymore. The individual
start,
interprets because it's on a
Like,
journey.
nobody just got
It wants to
startled.
Put everything into a sort of a file cabinet.
startling
Experience is called my
is
life.
what apparently appears
This
to
life
happen.
makes sense, so I interpret everything, put it into box.
But you have presumably don't you have a sense that you're sitting there?
No, of course
There's
not.
no sense of sitting there and us here.
No? Really? You sure? You sure about that? Your ass
That's
don't
an
feel it.
experience.
Your ass doesn't feel sitting in the chair.
That's a subject-object experience. So there's no experience of someone speaking. There's just speaking
So
happening.
there's no asses sitting in chairs.
But, I mean, does it, because it feels like you would struggle to walk down the street without bumping into things.
But it's because the individual thinks that it's actually doing something inside the body, that it has
Oh, it's defending,
free will and
it's defending
choice.
itself.
The levers and the buttons inside the body.
It's
making
not
things
going to
happen.
run into buses because it thinks
Yeah.
it's
I
going
had-
to
I had
harm
an
itself
experience when I was
if
a
it does.
kid. And we used to have these.
Oh, I
these,
like this with the game, the video
You know,
game.
these
This
little
is
video
good.
games. They came in
This
big,
is-
huge
this is
thing.
brilliant
You had
right
to put
here,
a
this
quarter
one.
in to make it work.
Yeah.
And I found one that was playing.
It's playing itself.
Somebody had forgotten.
Yeah.
And I went and I
That's
started to
playing.
play it. I was doing really, really well. And then someone came up and says, "You know you're not playing. That's just the screen doing it." And I was like, "Oh, that's exactly the same thing." That's what the me is doing. It's in there going, "Oh, look at me, I'm doing really well." And I'm going along going, "You're not even there."
You know what? That's a brilliant example, though. I'd have had it to you on that one, Jim. That was a really good example. I like that one. I'm going to use that one from
An
now on.
arcade, that's what they were called.
Yeah.
Arcades,
I have.
Don't know when or how, where it's going
I have
to
a strong
happen, if it ever
sense
does.
that
But that's a damn good example to
there's
use.
some kind of control going on. I don't mean actual control, but there's some kind of effort at control that's going on.
No, there's no effort control.
And it happens in lots
Everything
of, you know, like
simply
my body, to some
is
extent,
appearing
keeps-
and arising of its
keeps
own accord and
being
volition.
Homeostatic, you know, the temp makes sure
And
the
that
temperature
is doing
is
that
right, right.
does not
And lots of
require
other forms of control,
to
like,
know about it and to
you
do
know,
anything
cold,
about it.
and
It's
a
just
jungle
automatic.
or
It's
a
an
cold
automatic,
that's
universal,
happening. That's
infinitude
something
of
to me that is
fructification
happening.
of what
It's not
arises.
necessarily centered in a
Of its
cell.
own accord and
It is
volition.
happening.
And you can't predict that.
And that for the
Yeah,
closest
you're
I can
referring
get
to
to where you're at
trying to
the moment is
No.
that controlling for that sort of self as controlling appears to be a self sometimes, or a lot of the time, appears to be a me putting a coat on rather than it just happening. But it's still happening. It's still this. There's still this controlling element that is making adjustments, constantly making adjustments for things like comfort, status, etc.
Yeah, it's not really happening.
Okay.
It just apparently appears to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
What you're doing is you're trying to understand what's being suggested
Yeah.
here, to put it into context in the
Not
story that makes
necessary
sense.
to understand it, to
And it
know it.
doesn't.
Don't have to know it.
Completely aware. This
That's
is
part
nonsense.
of being. Just let it be. That's why, in other words, it's just to
No
simply
recourse to
say,
logic.
let it be.
Yeah.
Just let it be as it arises.
The
Because it's going to arise that
suggestion
way.
is-
However it arises
Is
anyway.
that's no thing
And you can't
appearing
predict
to be a
that.
body, talking to no
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
appearing to be a body, and nobody's doing either one of it, and there's nothing else except this apparent happening, which isn't real. It's apparently real.
It's all
That's all there is.
apparent. Yeah.
And that
Just
apparent
appearances, yeah.
no thing, we're just talking about control and,
It's not
and happening in
exclusively
homeostasis.
real.
That's still just what is or happening,
And
appearing.
it's not
now.
exclusively apparent as well.
Doesn't prove that anybody ever put on a jacket.
It's also not apparent. It's apparent and it's not apparent. I haven't heard that being said yet, and it should. It's apparent and it's not apparent. There, you said. It is apparent and not apparent.
Can
We
I
are and we are
ask,
not. It is and it isn't.
I don't know how to say it there. Is there sometimes apparent sensations in the body?
Yeah, well, everything is more. I don't know how to say this.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
more left
But I
than you
just
would
did,
think
that's why.
of what is already happening.
didn't know how to
There's
say
just
it,
no
but
one
this-
left
I did.
owning it.
Yeah.
You didn't know how to say what I did.
Because that is one of the things that makes
It's
up
apparent
the
and
sense
not
of
apparent.
the personal somehow.
No.
But
No, the personal arises out of contraction.
But I
of the
bet you know
body,
how to
and
say it,
takes
Jim, in the German
responsibility
language.
for everything that's happening, in hopes or effort to find what it feels that gets lost through the arising of itself.
Yeah, self-conjured.
So it arises, experiences separation, and then tries to close that gap.
It's trying to write out
through
its
adding
own
something to
maps
itself.
through the
And there's
dream
just never
world.
enough to add.
The separate sense of self cannot
Never enough
write
to
its
add.
own maps
They
in
can
the
never
dream world.
find
There are no
to fill the
maps
gap.
to every awareness. It's trying to
No
find
matter
a
how
fixed
much it gets, it's
position
just
in the
never
dream.
enough.
A separate sense of self cannot find where to go in this dream. If this is a dream reality, okay, the separate sense of self cannot write its own maps to find its way through the dream. This dream reality is unpredictable. And in that mystery and in that unpredictableness and that uncertainty, to be is being that. Is being with the uncertainty of whatever arises. So once there's a mingling with whatever arises of its own accord and volition, because it's going to arise however it's going to appear anyway. In nature, in a room, wherever you are, with other apparent appearances of living things, a cat, your pet dog, your pet cat, bird, whatever pet you might have in your home. You walk to the next room and then you see a fly flying around, a house fly. You see insects in the air. All of that is unpredictable. That's just simply what's arising. Does it matter? No. Does it have to matter? No. Do you need to know about it? No. You don't have to know about it. Why? Because you're already being with it. You're already mingling with absolutely everything that will ever be seen, ever be witnessed, ever be felt. All of these sensations, all of the sensations of the action figure, all of it is what? Mingling with absolutely everything that arises of its own accord and volition. So, it was just simply prior to the collapse of the story of the conjured, the self-conjured story of a separate sense of self that believed it had its own life to live with its own free will and choice to do so, and believed that it was a separate person that mattered. It only mattered. It was a legend of in its own mind, a legend in its own time. And there are some action figures that are still continuing to live that way. It's my life. To hell with you. Fuck off. I'm going to change this damn channel. I don't understand a bit of it. None of this makes sense. They're fucking crazy. They're schizophrenics. They're insane. They're weird. They're stupid. They all should be fucking locked up. Yeah, that's the typical reaction of a separate sense of self that believes they're living their own life. Yeah, they're convinced. They're self-convinced. They believe in the self-conjuring of their own mind that they believe they have. They believe they possess their own mind to use as they will to think thoughts and entertain any kind of thoughts that they want to entertain, because they're doing that of their own accord and volition. See, that's the separation. They believe they have the free will and choice, live their own life, how they're going to live. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. I'm going to live my own life the way I have been living it. And I was born a certain way. I have my parents. I know my family. I made my friends. I made my own friends. I chose absolutely everything that's going on in my life. That's the separate sense of self. That's how it operates. It claims absolutely everything. And it takes absolutely everything that's going on as life, and it turns it around and calls it my life. It's my life. The mental thought system really, really getting into it because it's going, all right, I really got to this body mind. I got to this action figure. I'm going to keep using it. It just like that parasitic movement that was mentioned, you know, in the majority of Paul Hederman's satsangs. That's why he refers it to as a parasitic movement. Man, it's having a field day with you. It's having a field day with that action figure that you think is you. You think you're that action figure. You think you're this body mind. You believe that. You believe that wholeheartedly. You believe that you are separate from everybody, everything else. You really believe that, man, you're a legend in your own mind. And wow, take a selfie already. Fucking A, man. Take a selfie. Capture the moment. Capture that thought of being that separate, unique person that you are. Wow. You know, you could be a male that works out, his body gets real strong, kisses his bicep. Yeah. Guns, you know. Or you could be a female and you're really getting into that action figure that you believe is you. And that's something, oh, you know, you look at yourself in the mirror, you little pouty little lips and your makeup and you look so beautiful. Oh, I'm adored by everybody I know. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm not feeling good today. Give me attention. You know, the separate sense of self loves the attention like that. It loves all the attention of absolutely every other action figure it runs into. Self-centeredness, man. It becomes spoiled brat. Bunch of spoiled brats running around, believing that they're living their own lives for themselves, that they own that body mind. They own that action figure. This is my body. I can do whatever the hell I please with it. Well, go along with that if that's what you believe. That's what you think. Okay, fine. Is anybody going to stop you? Of course not. Nobody's going to stop you. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. Nobody else gives a shit. Nobody else cares. There's nobody else around to care. You know what? A separate sense of self feels very alone that way. And so what does it do? It hops on board Facebook, it hops on board social media, and it looks for others that will pay attention to it. Pay attention to me. Why don't you? Okay, well, I'm going to create a club, and I'm going to create a YouTube channel that's all about me. All about my interests. You know what? You could become a member. If you want to become a member, you're going to have to go along with what I believe and what I'm sharing. Because it's all about me. It's not exactly all about you, but if you want to talk about me, hey, I'm there with you. Okay? Do you want to be here with me? Okay, let's do that. Let's form a club. Just as long as it matters to me as well. It needs to matter to me. If it does, okay, fine. So be it. Yeah? Like that. The separate sense of self loves the attention. The separate sense of self is so up the ass of itself, as Paul Hederman so eloquently says in many of his things, and it's true. A separate sense of self is that way. They're a legend in their own minds that they believe is their own mind. See? It's that claiming. I have my mind, my life. It's my free will and choice to do whatever the fuck I want to do with my life. I could drink myself to a drunken fucking sober till I'm sober the next day. I could drink myself into a fucking drunken stupor is what I was going to say. You know, or I could fucking take mushrooms and OD and overdose on heroin and whatnot. Yeah, that's a terrible way to go, but hey, if that's the way you want to go, who's going to stop you? You know, loved ones care about you. Who are your loved ones? Well, the people that have been around that action figure and feel close to it. And then, you know, and then this sense of compassion sets in. You know, I'm not saying to let everybody else do whatever they're going to do in your family. Let's say somebody is suicidal. Hey, wait a minute. You better pay attention to that. You know? If somebody is suffering in some way, especially take care of the family first. Before you can take care of what you believe requires taking care, because you're passionate about it and you care, you have a kind heart, and that's at the being level. That matters. It should matter. Why not? Well, There's compassion in action there, right? Practicing random acts of kindness, all that type of thing. Sure. But when it turns out to be, oh, look at me, I'm a charity worker, I give charities, you should pay attention to me, I have this organization that I formed, and you should give to my charity. And when it starts turning into that, my charity, my work, my help, look at the help I'm doing. I'm helping, these people that cannot help themselves. And when it starts turning that way, how is that going to matter to that person who was homeless? Yeah, perhaps they were homeless for a while, but they don't know how to integrate into society to a certain degree. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? No. What you consider to be a good thing is the basic necessities. What are basic necessities? There are still basic necessities, right? That body mind that cares for itself, yeah, that goes on. There isn't that sense of a separate self that really matters more than any other action figure. It goes on that way. Once there's a collapse of that degree of a self-centered, self-conjured self, and that's, of course, referring to a separate sense of self. When that's no longer there, and the action figure is going to be expressing differently, that's how one body mind can tell the difference between another body mind, by the manner by which it expresses itself. And it can express itself in many different ways. Normally, either by speech, in whatever language that action figure expresses. Not only actions, also emotions. The emotions, the energies, those are all energetic movements. Emotional manifestations via the human corporealness of the appearance of a unit of local quiet conscious energy. It's going to continue to express the same manner by which it expressed before, except for a major difference. It is no longer going to be thinking in terms of mine, the ownership thing, the claiming thing. It's no longer going to continue. It can't go on, because once it's recognized that it was never that, it was never a separate self, it was never a self-conjured self, that story that it had for itself, it's no longer going to continue. The traveling lighter will be obvious. It will be obvious to that action figure. It really will. Check it out. Give it a try. Try it. See if it works. Okay? You believe that you matter more than your friends, your mates, or anybody else in the world that you believe you are living in? I have news for you. It's not like that. No. Check it out. Try it. Try it out. And you'll notice. You will notice. What are you noticing? You're going to notice that whatever is going to arise, you're okay with it. And that you don't have to plan and worry about tomorrow. And you don't have to feel guilty about yesterday. You don't have to feel guilty about the past. As though you made mistakes. As though you did something wrong. It's guilt-free. I'm telling you. Just like as Paul Hedderman says, spiritual subpoena has been served. That's it. In the court of light, you're exonerated. Now continue on traveling lighter. Go out into the world and continue those dreamings. But guess what's going to happen now? Apparently appear to happen. It's going to be a happier dream. The dreamings will continue, but they'll become happier. And that happiness is what? It's beingness. Contentment. It's bliss. It's everything that you are ever seeking prior to the collapse of a separate sense of self. That is more than you ever wanted. Even every single spiritual teaching, even throughout the 1990s, if you were seeking back then with the New Age movement and all that sort of thing, and you thought that mattered, and then you were getting closer to an answer that you were looking for, a spiritual teaching of some kind, some type of spiritual practice, a spiritual book you have yet to read, come across, a speaker, whatever you want to call it, whatever resource, whatever origin of source or manifestation, anything that was going on around you, you were seeking until finally, what happened? Enough seeking. That was it. Enough's enough. And 9 times out of 10, it apparently appears to be the collapse of a separate sense of self occurring, the non-happening, because of course you were never that you thought you were. You only thought you were. Was being supported by what? Self-conjurings. In other words, it's as though there was this disembodied spirit that accompanied this manifestation, as though it was a separate entity within it, and it was kind of taking over. And that's kind of why the mental thought system is described as a parasite. It was taking you to believe that you were a separate person that mattered, and that you had your own free will and choice to live out your own life the way you did, the way you thought you did. See? It really is like that. If it is not recognized, it's like that, and if you still believe that you are a separate person in society that has its own birth name and birthright, you're going to continue living that way. And if you do continue living that way, it's not right or wrong. It's just pointing out the non-separation, the message that's thousands of years, that was thousands of years old, has been that old. The Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and the Gita and the Sri Upanishads, all of those materials that were spoken in the Sanskrit language, and all those materials that were written to the Vedantas, all the different manifestations of the writings and then the teachings and all the gurus that have ever lived, they're all saying the same thing, but some of them kind of branched off in different directions, just as the religions did, and as an example in the Western world, in the United States, just as Christianity did. Christianity branched off in all kinds of things. Oh, I was saying earlier about Mormonism. The Mormon religious belief is based on, stems from, guess what that stems from? A dream that a body-mind had. That's how that was conjured. So easily noticed of how that happened. A conjuring of an angel by the name of Moroni, and then created the religion of the Mormons. Moroni brought all this information, and that action figure, Joseph Smith, was the birth name and birthright of the founder of Mormonism, had a dream, and information was self-conjured because it thought that it had encountered this supernal being, and it was an angel from one of the 4 orders of the angels, either the Ophanim, Seraphim. Definitely wasn't the cherubim, because the cherubim are depicted as babies, baby angels, little cherubs. Or that could actually simply be dwarfs. It could be small people that passed away and then they turn into a cherub. But you see, I know it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? It's sort of like the story of, well, if anyone's ever seen the movie The Invention of Lying, I do recommend checking that one out. The Invention of Lying. Ricky Gervais produced that movie. And that's just simply having a go at Christianity, and exposing how silly it is with their beliefs, that kind of thing. And it doesn't have to come from an atheist, a staunch atheist that says, well, I'm anti-religious, I'm against all religious people and religion. It's not to take that stance either. It's just simply recognized to that degree, but that's also conjured as well. All of it. Absolutely all of it. Even the anti-religion, even atheism, even agnostics, Freemasons, free will thinkers, the theosophists, the philosophers, any kind of ism, all of these conjured beliefs and perspectives, and all of these academic studies, sciences, everything that's conjured via an action figure that believes it's figured out and knows any kind of knowledge is cognized, knowledge that professes that it knows what this is all about? No. None of it. None of those conjurings. All of that that's conjured is not what's happening. Never has happened, never will happen that way. No, it's simply this. Nice try though, if you think you know, and if you think you're going to come up with some type of explanation for all of this, it simply is this. It simply is. It is and it isn't. We are and we are not. Neti-Neti. If you're going to figure this out, no. There's nothing to figure out. It's whole, complete, perfect, just as it is. There's nothing to figure out about it. There's nothing to know about it. Nothing to do about it. Simply be. That's good enough. It has to be. It has to be good enough because it is. No matter how that is approached or how that is pointed to and what manner by which it's perceived or spoken about, shared, informed, expressed, all of it does not matter. Because it's operating of its own accord of volition. That which arises is absolutely everything.
That's quite different to sensations in the body.
Yeah.
They're a very different thing. So is there, can you ever say that there's a sense of, even though it's not a doula, a sense of the personal coming out?
Not when there's no one left.
But is there someone sometimes that though?
No, of course
No.
not. There never was anyone.
Mm-mm.
It's not like we're looking for there to be no one. The suggestion is there isn't anyone.
Yeah. There's no single entity anywhere. It's just an appearance. Energetic movements of beings, life forms,
Already.
manifesting as appearances. That's all it is. Light jostling
But
around.
yet somehow the seeing there is different from the seeing there and there and
But
there.
there isn't there and there and there.
Yeah. There's no fixed position here or there.
That's a dream of understanding.
It's a
what it
dream
would be
in
like if
space
there
and
wasn't
time.
anyone.
But that's temporarily so.
So there is just a
It's
seeing
not
that is
permanent.
completely out of.
They're just
But
energetic
you couldn't even say
movements.
there's seeing. There's
You
just
can't
simply what's
explain them.
happening. Seeing happened.
Just be. There's nowhere to go.
But
Nothing
seeing
to do.
happened in
Nothing to
a
know.
dog.
Apparently.
Just blend into beingness.
So that's going to
It's
be
that simple.
different.
The
from the
simplicity
seeing
is
there, for
obvious.
example.
Be.
Why? I don't know. There
Let it
would
be. We're crying out loud, man.
Or the seeing
Let
in a
it
bird,
be.
which has an eye that has
That
many
question again.
facets.
Why
Shut
would it be
it.
different
Shut
then?
it.
You're trying to figure out what this is. You can't
But
do
you
it.
see, you
Because
can't just
you're
tell them,
saying
shut
that it
up.
would be different, meaning you can
Let the
compare
question
two
a question.
different
That's what the
realities. There
satsang's all
aren't
about,
two
see?
different realities. There's simply this apparent happening. That's this.
Mm.
So if there's a multifaceted eye,
Yep.
that would be what was happening.
Don't be
There's no one
intolerant.
left trying to figure out what. Maybe these are multifaceted eyes. Who knows?
Don't be intolerant. Be tolerant of them. Forgive them, for they know not what they know. They know not what they do.
It's the
You
end
don't
of
have to
knowing
know
what's
or do.
happening.
Forgive them for that. Just simply be. That's it.
There's no need anymore,
Never was.
unless it comes to finding a good restaurant.
Well, yeah.
Then you have to go to Yelp and find out. Look at the views. Reviews.
Just eat. Go to the Just Eat website. Get some takeout. Yeah, get a nice curry or whatever. Fish and
There is
chips,
only this,
pizza, whatever.
Absolutely.
and there's not another.
That's fine.
That's right.
There,
Wrong
and
with
there,
that.
there, and
Yeah.
there. Absolutely not.
Yeah, what the individual will do though is it'll attach itself, it'll try to understand what's being said through thinking that the perception of this is what's being pointed to, and it's not. It's the real unrealness or the paradoxical nature of this everythingness. Which
There
is
we go.
empty.
Paradoxical nature, that's the one. Everything, no thingy, no thingy, everything.
So it's not an identifiable this.
Right. Paradoxically
Saying
so.
this or what's
And not
happening is
so.
pointing to an unidentifiable absolute.
Paradoxically so and not so. It is and it isn't. We are and we are not. Temporarily.
Because when you say
Visibly
you are
observable.
unreal, you sort of I tend to think, well, that then must be special.
Yeah,
You
well,
know, yeah.
that's just a projection of the individual that feels itself special and that it needs. The individual has it. The experience of the individual is that it's in a really, really troublesome predicament that is trying to find a way out. And it being the center of the universe, its position in this
a legend in
predicament
its
is
own
quite
mind.
important. It's big.
Right.
You know, it's going to have to figure out war,
Self-importance.
how to solve famine,
Yep.
what to do with the Me Too
Self-importance.
movement, what to think about Brexit and Trump.
Trump,
It's a
yeah,
complicated
that's right.
world out there, and it's all has to do with me. And so it feels like the solution has to fit that importance that it finds itself to be.
Right.
So it thinks that if that happened, if that does happen, it would have to be a really special happening that would fit to the expectation that it has. It doesn't. That's all not real.
It's all conjured.
It's not
Self-conjured.
important.
Yeah. It's self-conjured.
It feels like it's that
It's
big.
unnecessary to conjure all that.
It's not even that big.
Right.
It's not already.
Mm-hmm. Did you nod your head no over there? Zen bitch slap you. You need to go over to Paul Hederman's saying sometime. If you're nodding your head no.
It's just that the idea of Brexit isn't
That is
important.
disagreed with. She needs a good Zen bitch slap,
Nothing
Paul.
depends upon it. It's simply
That'll
what
teach her.
happened. There's just what seems to be
Oh
happening.
man.
There isn't a Brexit.
Not yet.
There's just the thought.
Try telling that to Theresa May. Poor girl, poor woman. March 29th, I believe. Check your calendars. March 29th. It's coming up on it. We're in the month now. We're in the Brexit month. I think they did say 29th, unless they're extending the time again.
Jim, you said a couple of minutes ago
Politicians, huh?
about perception and how I think you said the individual thinks that what you're saying is pointing to the perception of what's happening.
Yes.
And it's not.
No.
And something clicked there when you said that. In that, when you're saying these things, I'm trying to reconcile it with the
Good
experience
luck.
that's happening. As if
Good luck,
from this
yeah.
position, which doesn't exist.
Good luck with reconciling. Ain't gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, that's the
It's not
trap.
gonna go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The individual wants to know that wants to know unknowing.
Yeah. See, there's not knowing is not involved. Doing is not involved.
So the
Just
perception
let it
is
be.
actually completely irrelevant.
Simply be.
Well, everything's
You're
irrelevant
already mingling with it
because
anyway.
there's no relationship.
Get used to it. But if you're not used to it yet, let me tell you the way it is. Then. I'll tell you the way it is, and it isn't. I'll share that information with you. How it is, and it is not. How we are, and we are not. Paradoxically so.
Funny, it feels like scrambling on the side of a
Yeah.
gravel pit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious, you say that, Jim, that you only speak it because you're asked to speak.
Yeah.
In terms of the articulation of this message in the non-existent past, would that be socially defined in the way it's expressed?
Don't know. Probably. Although I feel the way that it's being expressed now, I don't know how you'd get any closer.
No, I'm not suggesting that, but like 2,000 years ago, if you were sitting in a room, you'd probably be crucified, wouldn't you, for said that?
Well, that's the reason I think why in Zen monasteries they had circular. It was concentric. You have the novices out here and the more adepts in here, and then the secret in the center.
Mm. Mm.
I mean, there've been people
Yeah.
over thousands of years talking about this, but you don't hear about it much.
Oh yeah. The Upanishads, yeah.
But it
Indeed,
sounds
indeed.
exactly the same if you read people like Longchenpa.
But it was hidden in the Sanskrit. It was hidden
In
in
a
that
sense,
language.
it's safer to articulate.
That's why it
message.
appears.
Seems to be.
It
Nobody's
seems to be
crucified
so
me
new.
yet. Although in Not-Two-ness there was one guy that wanted to.
males.
What's that?
With males.
No, he was just using words.
But you see, as Jim just mentioned right there, well, the first name, right, is Jim Newman. Just as it was mentioned, it said thousands of years ago, saying the same thing as the Neo-Advaitans are saying now, in these modern times. Modern times. Well, it doesn't really matter, the timeline. It appears to be happening because, of course, time is an illusion. But to simply state these statements, they apparently appear to be happening in time, in space and time. So, since it's relegated to that which is knowable and can be discussed and talked about, and in these satsangs, normally the content of the questions is relegated or relevant to the questioner. The questioner is questioning because they have yet to do what? Not a doing, but they think that it needs to be done. In other words, that the collapse of a me, of a separate sense of self, is a doing. If anything, it's an undoing. And an undoing is a recognition. Once it is recognized that that doing was never being done in the first place, then that collapse can continue. If attending more satsangs, if the separate sense of self that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else is beginning to attend its very first few satsangs, but it's really attentively listening and taking it all in and really questioning. I mean, just throw as many questions as you can. Okay, this would be advice. If any advice was given to a separate sense of self that cannot understand this and it sounds so crazy, this would be the suggestion. If a suggestion could be given to a separate sense of self, this is what would be said to them. That which believes they are a separate sense of self, this is what would be addressed. Question as many questions as you can throw at that non-duality speaker. I guarantee you that non-duality speaker is prepared to provide you with the answers, and those answers to those questions will be very, very archaic sounding, very paradoxically sounding. They will sound as though they do not make sense, but keep at it, keep questioning, because eventually, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be realized that no questions need to be asked. No questions are required to be. And that's how the collapse of a separate sense of self, majority of the time, in space and time, occurs. It occurs that way. It occurs by continuing to attend a satsang, attend as many as it takes, and eventually, because the reason why it may take more than one satsang, maybe 2, 3, or 4, or maybe even more satsangs in attendance, because not enough questions perhaps were asked, or the information that was imparted by the non-duality speaker. And I would not suggest listening to Eckhart Tolle and following everything that Eckhart Tolle is saying, or Muji, or those that profess to be teachers, because they are not. This is not a teaching. Advaita Vedanta non-duality is not a teaching. Although, if you ever hear it mentioned that way, and even 1,000 years ago, there were still the first gurus and the first teachers that felt that they needed to set it up that way, that they needed to take the message of Advaita Vedanta and turn it into a teaching. No, because that was turned into what? A religion, a belief system. That's not what was meant to happen, and yet it did. So, perhaps it could be said that it occurred that way so that there would be that difference, that contrast, in order to notice the differences. Just as one can notice the absence of gravity by entering into an anti-gravity chamber. Because as the body-mind, as the action figure is walking down the road, and then there's an incline, and then it's blaming the incline, the road, that, oh man, that hill was really steep. It was so hard to climb. Damn, I blame it on the hill. That it was so much pressure to get up that hill and up to the other side. Blame it on what? Blame it on the hill. No. If anything's to blame, or if you notice, it's gravity. But it can't be noticed because it's not obvious. See? The obviousness is not there yet because gravity is not known. It's not known to that which is calling the cause of the force that's felt going against gravity, because it's an incline to go up, and that's going against gravity. Gravity is what is the force that keeps objects from flying off into the air, into the atmosphere, such as anything that's not bolted down, or a tree with its roots planted well into the ground and anchored to the ground. So if you're on a bicycle and you're going down the road, if it wasn't for gravity, everybody would be up in the air, be floating, perhaps flying, but there would need to be some kind of barrier. Isn't that amazing? Just that alone, just consider that idea, entertain that thought regarding gravity. So, if gravity's not discussed, it's not talked about, coffee shops, you don't hear anybody saying that, oh man, gravity really played up on me when I was trying to walk up a hill the other day. And I was trying to, ride my push bike up this hill, and damn, that hill was really steep. Man, that hill was a bear. Man, it was tough to get up that hill. No, it was the gravity that caused the sensation of more energy required, inertia, to keep that bicycle going, keep pedaling harder and harder. So you had to drop a gear, or you really had to work your legs if you're walking to get up a hill, depending on how steep it is. So that's just one kind of crude example to use to try and describe what it's like for a separate sense of self to not be noticing the obviousness that there is no separate person anywhere, that you are not a separate entity, a separate being. You are not in some fixed position being separate. You're not in some fixed position in space and time as a representation. It only appears to be that way because you're thinking about it like that. It's all in the thinking, the thought processes, the entertaining of that thought is so strong, and the conditioning has been reinforced since childhood. Since that time, an average of 18 months, let's say, when this is going on, you're a baby, and okay, I say you're a baby, I'm referring to, the body-mind sensation when the apparent appearance of the body-mind had yet to develop its brain, its mind, and spend more time in space and time and not out of space and time. So prior to the 18 months, it was already anchored from the non-local quality consciousness energy field, because it apparently appeared to be a newborn. So the newborn is introduced into space and time, is spending just a little bit of time in space and time for the first time. It apparently appears to be that there's another new life form that's now introduced into space and time, as though that's a new addition, but it's not. It's simply part of absolutely everything. See? And if you follow that trail, and follow that way of thinking, then it begins to make sense. Oh, I see now. Okay. If it's explained this way, but it needs to be explained in a specific way this way, to refer to non-separation. And so if you follow me so far, okay, so there's this apparent appearance as though there's this newborn, additional human corporeal manifestation. It's not an additional. It's still part of what? It's still part of nothing. It's still part of the void of nowhere. But nobody knows where that is. It's not in a fixed position. Nowhere, nothing, void. It has no position. It has no position in the universe, in the infinite universe of space and time. It's unknowable. And yet, the near-death experiencer is getting very, very close to expressing what that apparently appears to be, as though it's a process, as though it's the energy that is formless. It's a formless human corporeal manifestation. The reason why it's formless is because it's part of nothing, and it's from nowhere. It has yet to manifest as a human corporeal manifestation. Once it does, it appears as a newborn. It is still part of absolutely everything, from nothing, from nowhere. Still energy. It is still energy. It's an energetic movement. It takes energy to manifest and appear, just as light travels. The traveling of light. Light is obviously light. It is witnessed as light. But that is pure light, pure energy, is not a manifestation as though it's appearing solid, solidified. It does, but it runs through a sort of a filter. It's as though it's going through some type of a barrier before it appears as manifestation. So in a sense, this has been explained in the Upanishads and the Gita, but the way it's explained with using the Sanskrit tongue. And in the Vedantas, this is described as well in the Gita and the Upanishads. What is being spoken here, using the English language to express that, is the same information that's found in the Gita and the Upanishads, except it's a direct hit. It's a direct transliteration, a direct translation from the Sanskrit to English. And now it is being expressed through Neo-Advaita, you can call it that, modern Advaita Vedanta, or simply the Upanishad, the teachings of the Upanishads. When I say teachings, I'm not referring to the ones that are relegated to the guru, although that's the delivery. So what had happened was that the disciples turn into devotees when they're all gurus. Absolutely every one of those human corporeal manifestations from India was already a guru. They were. It's just that position was taken simply because the guru felt he needed to become a guru to guide these newborns that are coming from nothing and nowhere. So, in a sense, that's how and why the Gita was written, the Vedanta was written, and the Upanishads were written. Not for a reason, not for a meaning, not for a purpose, but just to guide, assist and guide. Not exactly to help. See, this order that apparently appears to be an order of some type, or some type of arrangement or setup, as the story of Earth goes, it is set up a certain way, but nobody knows how. Nobody knows how and why, because it does not require knowledge to figure it out. It does not require doing or action of the action figure. All of that follows. All of that follows. There's the beingness, yeah, from out of nowhere, from no thing, the non-local quasi-conscious energy field. Before that organizes somehow, nobody knows how that gets organized. By the time it arrives onto this Earth-like realm, or you could call it a third-dimensional construct, or a matrix, or a holographic universe, whatever kind of phrase that tries to just imagine how this setup is set up, that's the closest that science has been able to try and come up with a type of approach to what apparently appears to be going on with these energies. And this is how it's explained in the Sanskrit writings of the Vedanta, in the Upanishads and Gita. But now it's being expressed through Neo-Advaita in this manner, regarding non-separation. So there's the newborn. And then it's in space and time, but at the same time, it's from out of nowhere and nothing, the void, which is absolutely everything. That's the infinitudinal complexification of the infinite universe. It's not an actual place, a separate place. It is part of absolutely everything. See, it is not, and then it is. It is non-manifestation, it's unreal, the unrealness, and then it's manifestation as well. It's both. What apparently appears to be absolutely everything, the infinitudinal complexification of the infinite universe, manifests on Earth-like planets throughout the universe this way. That's the type of setup that it is. It is that type of a setup. And so, it apparently appears to be what is referred to as being born. A human being being born. That's not its first birth, but nobody knows that. See, that's why that veil is so, it's so unapproachable, or it's incomprehensible. It cannot be turned into a knowing. There cannot be a knowledge regarding that. Why? Because it is simply that which is unknowable. So there's the unknowable, there's the unknown, there is non-local quiet consciousness energy. It is not from anywhere, it is from nowhere, it is from no thing. It has not manifested in any way, yet is still energy. And so that energy travels from out of nowhere and no thing, and then makes an appearance. Where? Upon an Earth-like planet, as the story of Earth goes, with human corporeal manifestations appearing as they do. And so, if it is apparently appearing to happen this way, with the Earth that is called the Earth, or this realm, even if it's still called a dream realm, and it does, it has been spoken of that the dreamings are generated out of nowhere, and then as the human corporeal manifestation begins to develop a consciousness that it believes is its own. It claims it as though it's its own in a natural way, though. It believes that. So it's as though there's this process that's going on. That there's this self-conjuring of a self-conjured self that begins the first 18 months in space and time, because it's from that energy form, that life form is from nowhere. It's from nothing. It's yet still energy. It's a stream of energy. And it somehow travels out of nowhere and from nothing, from the void, into manifestation. And then time begins to time what? Time is timing the apparent appearances of that which is temporarily so, and temporarily visibly observable in mirrors, for an impermanent, there's the Maya again, and Maya is mentioned in the Gita, Upanishad. There's the Maya. The Maya is the impermanence of what? The impermanence as time is timing the apparent appearances, temporally, in space and time, temporarily, whilst its source is out of nothing, is from nowhere, it's from the void. And absolutely everything that manifests and appears is from nothing, from nowhere. That's how it's both real and unreal. Observable and unobservable. Knowable and unknowable. It's both. It is both. And nobody knows how many Earth-like planets are throughout the universe. There could be millions and billions of them. Just not privy to it. Why? Because it doesn't matter. All that apparently appears to matter is what? What is apparently appearing to happen in the story of Earth upon this particular planet. Why complicate it further by entertaining the idea, it's fine, it can be, it's relegated to science fiction. We can conjure up this idea of extraterrestrials and other humanoid beings that maybe had a head start, and that's why they're so advanced. They're advanced in a sense that they got this. They automatically know it whilst they're born. I mean, as an infant, can you imagine extraterrestrial already communicating telepathically? That's how advanced those particular human corporeal manifestations are upon those Earth-like planets that are closer to what has been referred to as a galactic center. Can you imagine that? Can that be imaginable? Is that really true? Is that part of what's knowable? It could be relegated to what is probable. It might possibly be that way. Probably. If we notice these examples of all the life forms, the plenitude, the multitudinous, the multitudinal plentifulness of life, all the infinitudinal, from the microbial level to the macro level, from the microbial to all the various kingdoms, the microbial life, the plant life, the insect life, the human corporeal life, all different types of life forms. And consider this. Consider that the human corporeal manifestation is very new to this Earth-like planet in terms of timelines, in terms of billions of years. In terms of billions of years. It's knowable, it's proven. It's knowable that the Nautilus, for example, in the oceans, there's oceanic life. It's extremely ancient. And the microbial life is even more ancient than that. And so, entertain that idea that there was a time when the human corporeal presence was not on this Earth-like planet, the story of Earth. What was going on? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what was going on. But if the Gita is read, reading the Gita tells you about all of these different life forms and the transmigrations of souls, and it gets into all that sort of thing. But the way it's explained, the human corporeal form that believes it is a separate self that self-professes to know and acquire this knowledge, it runs the risk of doing what? Of guruing. So, Anyway, I'll take another break. Pause this and be right back. Oh, coffee. Okay, so in the Gita it's referred to reincarnation. Okay, now it apparently appears to be some type of cycling process that's going on. It appears to be that type of a clockwork motion going on throughout the universe that's observable. This clockwork motion whereby the Earth is apparently appearing to revolve, the perturbations revolving around the sun in perfection, the position of where it is. Not too close to the sun where it will burn up, and not too far away from where it will be too cold. But just right. Billions of years, it has been right in that perturbation where it needs to be. Awesome. Just that thought as well entertained is just incredible. What is keeping the planet, the Earth, to be on a perfect rotation around the sun? Just the right place. And it's been doing this for billions of years. It's been doing this for a very, very, very long period of time. Okay, nobody knows how that is. How is that possible? Then you have some of the greatest intellectually adroit minds, very, very intellectually adroit, intelligent minds that are astrophysicists, and that's all they examine. They examine the forces of nature. They examine all the elements and the constituent parts that comprise matter. And then they look into astronomy and just look at it in awe. Carl Sagan was one of them. One of these action figures, the birth name, birthright of Carl Sagan. Of course, naturally Einstein's another one. And then recently passed away, Stephen Hawking. And there's still a few intellectually adroit minds that are just teetering. They're teetering on this recognition regarding non-separation. And that which is visibly observable with the Hubble telescope and just examining a small portion. It's likened to taking a small portion of the North Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific, or the Pacific Ocean being right in the middle of it, and then just examining a little portion, little area on a boat. You know, it could be a big ocean liner or just a boat, and then examining the oceanic life there to such depths and things of that nature. It's the same, likened to the same examination that's going on with the Hubble telescope, peering outwardly into the universe, out into space, and noticing the magnitude of space, whereby it begins with the Earth as a little dot, a small dot, and then there's the solar system, and as light is venturing further out, continues on further outwardly, runs into the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, what's referred to as a Milky Way galaxy, keeps going. It's a point of light. Just imagine a point of light, or let's just imagine the satellite that was sent out, the Voyager, and it has a recording of different nature sounds, and there's a recording of all the various languages that are spoken on this planet, and the example is on this gold disc. And if you're into the sciences, as this action figure has always been extremely curious, you've always been a seeker, you know what I'm referring to when I refer to the Voyager and what was on the Voyager and was sent out. And if anybody's a Trekkie as well, if you've seen the Star Trek movie about Voyager and that kind of thing, it's taking that same concept, but then it was an alien race that captured the Voyager, the first Voyager that was sent out, and captured it into its vessel that's of massive proportions, even so much larger than the Enterprise itself, and the Enterprise is pretty damn large of a craft itself. And so there's science fiction, you know, there's the mind, the imagination, and it's amazing right there of what the mind can conjure up, isn't it? So just imagine the Voyager continuously going on and on and on. It keeps going, and then it runs to the edge of the galaxy, but then it keeps going, and then it enters another galaxy. But just imagine the light years that it takes to reach the perimeter and the edge of this particular galaxy alone that this solar system is within. And imagine, just try to imagine the vast distances that are involved. And then try to imagine more than one galaxy. Can you imagine billions of galaxies? And then the mind goes, whoa. The mind could snap so easily, and it could just burn out, and enough's enough. Now that's bending the noodle too much, so to speak. It's bending the mind. The mind can't handle that kind of infinitudinal complexification. The infinite, it's well beyond that which is unknowable. It's just raw unknowableness. It cannot be known how far the galaxy, the universe goes. all these galaxies, but the universe, referring to all the galaxies within the universe. And it cannot be finite. No way. No, not the manner by which the birth name and birthright of the ex-NASA physicist Dr. Thomas Campbell. I keep bringing him up because he's the only action figure that appears to be taking on this claim that absolutely everything, the infinite universe, is not infinite, that it's finite. And then there's this larger consciousness system that's running the entire universe, but it's still finite. And he uses the example of the edge of the land, of a landmass, and then the ocean, that it could eventually reach a barrier. No, nobody knows that. Nobody can claim to know that. That's unknowable. And then there's this other claim, and he is claiming that he's a consciousness researcher, and that he's explored it through the Monroe Institute, and that he created this device, and referring to the hemisync, and to taking vibrations of sounds in a controlled experiment with earphones and certain sounds to alter the mind, and in that alteration of the mind, that energy, the non-local quality conscious energy field that's animating the appearance of a local unit of quality conscious energy, the human form, that it could travel have out-of-body experience out-of-body experiences at will, and they have complete total recall of traveling to a different place, another dimension. It's called the historical database. And then he's referring to the entire universe being one huge holographic universe. Yeah. Michael Talbot also entertained that idea. The author Michael Talbot wrote a book called The Holographic Universe. And so, how does anybody claim to know that? That has to be conjured. That's part of the unknowable. That's just fanciful conjurings of imagination. And the imagination can really run wild. The mental thought system can come up with things that it conjures so unbelievable. Where does that come from? Where does that information come from? All of these imaginings. Where does it come from? And then there's this idea that's entertained that anything that can be imagined may actually exist somewhere in the infinite universe. Can you imagine that every single thought that's entertained, every single imagining that is also a thought is entertained, every single science fiction film that's ever been produced, and every single thought that's entertained exists and manifests in some way throughout this infinite universe? Now, mind blown yet? That's mind-boggling, is it not? Sure it is.
There was a YouTube video a while ago where you said something about the subject of the subject of the subject and the kind of the illogicality of it.
Yes.
And I had no idea. I just couldn't.
I was sort of describing what is it called? Self-inquiry points to. Self-inquiry, if you do it, it points to that there's no way, the individual is the claiming knower. I know I am. Who knows that? So knowing can only be a subject-object relationship. That's the reason the suggestion is there's no consciousness and no awareness, because there's no one to be aware and no one to be conscious. Mm-hmm. So what I was pointing out is that who is the subject that knows the subject? If knowing is a subject-object experience, then that never ends.
It's really logical.
Yeah, it never ends.
That is also entertaining the same idea that, well, if all there is God, and that is the creator, is the creator of absolutely everything, the infinite universe. If there is a creator, and that's the supreme deity that controls all manifestation throughout the infinite universe, Earth-like planets, that type of thing, and all the life upon these Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe. If that's the case, then what created that creator? See, that question is also asked, and it has been asked before. It was by some of the greatest minds, the most intellectually adroit minds on this planet. That question has been asked before. And it's asked in a different way, the same way that Jim Newman just entertained that same idea that was brought up in that particular satsang recently, and so, in London, and so there it is. It's unknowable. Nobody knows. And it can't possibly be that way because there's nobody around to claim that is so. It's just simply relegated to that which is unknowable.
It's just a mind game, it doesn't help.
So Jim, even if one realizes that it's actually hopeless,
You can't.
the seeking will still continue
Well,
until it falls away, I suppose.
if there was a realization, as you call it, of the total hopelessness, that would be the end of the individual. There would be no more seeking. Who would seek if it were completely hopeless?
Well, there is a feeling of hopelessness. It's beginning
Yeah.
to arise. That
Yeah. Well, it is
will
hopeless.
continue.
It is hopeless. Hopelessness, true hopelessness,
Yeah.
is the unconditional freedom of everything.
Right.
Because true hopelessness is the end of the experience that anything's being real.
Yeah, but
Now, nobody does, I didn't. This isn't about me or this having gotten something. It really isn't. It's the loss of that drive, that need, that experience that there's a position here to defend.
Okay.
And presumably that loss isn't actually felt as a loss when it's over. Or
Loss is a loss. It's when it's over, it's not an experience.
So there's no sense of loss.
No, there's no. Of course not. No, the sense of loss only arises with the individual.
No sadness for the lack of the story and the drama.
Oh,
and
God,
all that
no.
sort of stuff.
No, who would care? It didn't happen. Nothing has been lost. The whole dream has nothing to. There's nothing to lose about it. It's already not happening. It's the whole dream of trying to find wholeness or completeness, and that's already what is.
So when there is that feeling of loss, what is it?
The experience that I am here and everything
So
is
it's-
outside of me, and I feel I've been cast out of paradise, and I need to then
So
go
it's
and
a
look
me
for it.
thing.
It's completely me thing, yeah. I mean, if that's what we're talking about, if somebody, for me, if somebody would die or something, that might be a sense of loss. If that's what, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by loss.
No, the way life could have changed, what has been lost along the way.
No, none of that, no. That only happens if there's an experience that this needs to be a certain way.
Yeah.
Meaning there needs to be something done about it so that it can be the wholeness that you're looking for. It already is that.
Just feels like such a relaxation when
Yeah.
you fall asleep.
Yeah. Rita does that. We should just have beds.
Guru complex.
Huh?
Guru complex.
No. I don't get it.
I walked in here so tense, and I just feel so relaxed now. just listening.
Mm.
It's beautiful. I'm going to cry. Oh, I won't. It's okay.
I don't need an answer, it's just.
There wouldn't be one. That's just what's happening.
Yeah, I know.
Why shouldn't there be shaking and unconfident? Why not? Hmm.
Do you think you could compare subject-object reality to a language?
I thought more was coming. I mean, as far as understanding a language goes, you talk about building of sentences, that you need a subject and an object and an adverb.
Well, definitely, language has that. Language is all about, you know, first person, second person,
Yeah.
and that, and
Yeah.
accusative and
Yeah.
genitive and all of that. And definitely, there's a bit. I think there's a bit of that in there. That there's, you know, language is more than just words coming out of a mouth. Language is a kind of, it's a whole psychic event.
Yeah.
And that this, and in a way, it's the same with, sort of in a way, it's the same with just pure subject-object reality. But it seems, it felt for a moment like that, like subject-object reality was a language that was being confused for for fact.
Right. Not really. For me, that would be too superficial for the experience of I am to compare it to a language. Because the experience I am, in a psychic way, everything is already empty. Literally, it's empty. Not empty in the way that a physicist talks about it, but empty in the way that there's nothing behind it, there's nothing inside of it, there's not coming from anywhere. It's just simply this appearance. When the individual arises, it arises in the body as a reaction to the contracted energy. It arises in everything else at the same time. So it's actually quite profound in the apparent effect that it has on everything. So everything becomes real. So the reality that it experiences in things is the same reality that it experienced here. It's all the same sort of reality. And that to me is a more profound sort of apparent happening than a language.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think there's at the moment, I think language, in the way that I'm talking, can go very, very deep. And when you get to the bottom of language, you're literally talking about perspectives, and I think, do you know what I mean? So I think it just depends on how far you follow language down.
But that's still going to be an appearance. And we're talking about the unreality of appearance.
Okay.
It's almost like, you know, you can't feel language in a way.
Oh, of course, yeah, I know what he's talking about. Of course, there is a response to language. It's a whole psychic energy like he's talking about.
Sure.
But that whole thing is still an appearance.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the fundamental nature of appearance. Is it real, which is the experience of the individual, or is it, as being suggested here, real and unreal, which is a paradox, can't be understood.
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing language as a function, rather as a functional thing.
Totally, which is more superficial than the questioning of the whole fundamental nature of the appearance.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing outside of the suggestion that the appearance is real and unreal. That's all encompassing. That's sort of the point of what's being suggested. There's no outside or inside. It's absolute. That's pretty big. Language fits in there.
So Jim, if everything is perfect, I suppose something like God doesn't exist.
Nothing really exists.
So even all these religious stories that we've been brought up with, they're actually just...
Depends on which ones you're talking about, because some of them I feel point quite directly to what we're talking about here.
I would say the teachings of Jesus Christ.
There's some stuff in the Bible that seems to point to this. There's a section, you know where the, where they eat the bread, you know,
Yeah.
the drink the water, drink the
Yeah.
If you listen, if you read that, it's in John somewhere, if you read what he's talking about, you totally get that Jesus is completely on fire with something he can't talk about.
Yeah, okay.
And he's saying, if you could just taste my flesh, or taste my blood, you'd get what I'm saying. It can't be spoken of.
To answer that question more effectively, to answer the questioner in that particular sang there in London, it's recorded last month, January this year, 2019, is to tell you that yes, indeed, there is a complete story and addition regarding all that is, regarding this, and that is in the Vedanta. It is in the Upanishads, it is in the Gita. All the answers to every single question regarding Advaita Vedanta is there, and more. Even questions that cannot even be conjured, that cannot be imagined, are answered in the Gita and the Upanishads. It's just simply been hidden. This is why the questioner in a satsang of English speakers is seemingly new, is seemingly brand new. It's a new thing. What is this Neo-Advaita? Well, that sounds new. No, it's very, very ancient. It's just given a label now. It's called Neo-Advaita because, oh, well, we're in modern times now compared to thousands of years ago. Well, that would be one of the main reasons why Neo-Advaita has come up as a title, an entitlement for non-duality speakers these days, in these modern times. So, that is the answer to that questioner regarding, well, what is this thing about God, and what is this thing about, is there evidence in the writings that talks about, yes, of course. But whom amongst all English speakers throughout the United States, throughout the United Kingdom, throughout Europe, throughout Australia, throughout the world, how many English speakers have studied the Gita all the way through and studied the Upanishads? Not too many. It's as though the gurus are the ones that make those claims. Of course, they make the claims, the guru does, simply because the guru is a type of a human corporeal manifestation that has devoted, and the monks in Tibet, Tibetan monks, and similarly to the well-known non-duality speakers of Advaita Vedanta, such as Maharshi, those that had already spoken of this were speaking of this same message of Advaita Vedanta 1,000 years ago, but using the Sanskrit tongues, Sanskrit language. Those are the original tongues, and all the original meanings and reasons and purposes behind the explanations regarding all that is and all that is not into fullness, regarding absolutely everything, the absolute, the infinite universe, the absolute, it is all mentioned and described in the Gita. Therefore, if there would ever be a suggestion, read that. Read that. Then there will be no questions anymore. Then, because everybody already knows. Now, when I say already knows, via the beingness, which is not knowing, which is not doing, it is being. Being what? Mingling with absolutely everything that appears and manifests as it does. Mingling with that. Naturally. So the Bhagavad Gita as it is, do you suggest? Check it out. There's a website. You can actually go to the Bhagavad Gita website, and it has it all mentioned. The entire literature is available on the Bhagavad Gita website. think it's bhagavad-gita.com, isn't it? It has to be. It has to be along those lines. I can't remember the last time I accessed that. It was a long time ago. But then I realized that, oh, okay, well, it's this book, this paperback book that was written back in the 1970s. It was revised from the 1950s, 60s, and then a direct translation from the Sanskrit right over to the English. And so every question, and even the questions that you can't even think of asking, are all answered in these books here regarding that, regarding all that is.
It's very similar.
All that is and all that is not. You have to include the is not bit, because it is both. All that is and is not empty fullness is apparently appearing as what is and what is not empty fullness, both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody, for no particular embodiment of the appearance of a human corporeal manifestation. Not for that, but for all. For all human corporeal manifestations throughout the infinite universe, which does not exclude the earth, what has been termed and referred to as the earth. Pardon.
There's other bits in there as well. I can't think of any at the moment.
Oh, a lot of the bits you're not even covering. But if you only knew about those bits, Jim, all those missing bits that to provide a more concise response to these questions at these signs, this is why there are gurus. This is why there was Maharshi, and this is why there are all these other gurus that are showing up to share this information now. Not referring to the ones that are getting their feet kissed. You know, none of those. None of the ones that are holding this their ashram and say you need to meditate, you need to do this, that, and the other, and you need to devote yourself to the guru because you're the student. You're not responsible to carry this information. No, it's not that. It doesn't require responsibility to be and to have access to that information, and for that, it doesn't need to become a knowing. It's part of being. All the knowing is already included with the being. It just has yet to be revealed to that being that's simply temporarily appearing as a unit of local quiet conscious energy form for an impermanently indeterminate duration in space and time and not of space and time. We are and we are not. Absolutely everything is and absolutely everything isn't. It is both real and unreal ad infinitum.
Sounds pretty similar.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was 800 at some point, 1800 and something, where one of the priests decided what books fit in and what don't. It was a political action to create the Bible, to consolidate it against another religion, which was up and coming. I can't remember which.
Okay, now what Jim is kind of just dancing around upon when he's stating this, that is referring to the book burnings that happened and the Council of Nicaea and the very first establishment of the very first pope that was placed into power, canon law, the Vatican City, when that was being constructed and built. And that was to be considered the foundation of Christianity, the foundation, the harbingers of God's wisdom. They were going to be the ones to claim that they are the ones that have all of Jesus' writings, everything that Jesus ever said, all of the messages, everything is from the Vatican. No, that is not so. The only thing that happened right there, and the reason why it can't be proven is because they are concealing. They are concealing the fact that the very first pope sent Roman soldiers to Alexandria, Egypt, In Alexandria, Egypt existed one of the greatest libraries that this planet has ever harbored, ever had, regarding evidence of past civilizations written on scrolls. And on these scrolls refer to even including the extraterrestrial visitors. Yes, and it included evidence of that. And guess where all that information is now? The very first Pope instituted a law to say that he sent Roman soldiers to burn down that library. Because the Pope knew the only way to establish Catholicism, the only way to establish the Roman Catholic Church and establish the Vatican, to claim that information that was in all those scrolls and seized. All these scrolls were seized before the place was burnt down. And in those scrolls contains evidence. Evidence of past civilizations going billions of years back. As old as this planet really is. And that these visitors were mentioned, of course, now with the biblioarchaeologists, the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, and then, of course, Nibiru, and all of this information still managed to make its way through the forefront of that which is now knowable. It was once relegated as though it was unknowable, but that which is gradually revealed as knowable had been concealed, just as the message of Advaita Vedanta had been concealed in the language of the Sanskrit. Not purposely, not intentionally. It just simply apparently appears the way that it's occurring, is happening. It apparently appears to be what's happening. Not of anybody's intention, not of any organization, or so. To interfere with that type of information that was thought to be irresponsible for the average person that was not what? That was not canonized or was not part of the Knights of Templar or the Freemasons or, attributed to the organization of establishing the very first Pope, and then the Knights of Templar and all of those that postulated themselves to say, okay, we're the harbingers of truth. We have the original Old Testament, New Testament writings. And so if you want to know about that, I'm going to be revered as the Pope, and I'm going to have the power. And there's Vatican City right now, and that is the origin of all the deception and all the lies. But that's the story that spun with the Christians. And by the way, that is very, very new by comparison to what? By comparison to the Gita and the Upanishads. The Upanishads and the Gita are untainted. The Vedanta is untainted in that way, in that respect. Can't say that about Christianity. Christianity is tainted all kinds of ways. Mistranslated, abused information, the truth twisted and distorted, lost in time. Lost in time. This is why it can be noticed, though, here and there, that was not purposely left, but they didn't think there was any significance, that nobody would really notice in the future. That if the Old Testament, New Testament writings were rewritten by the scribes, by the first Pope, the Council of Nicaea said, okay, we're going to translate these scrolls that were seized from Alexandria, Egypt, but we're going to keep the scrolls that don't seem to pertain and matter to this establishment of Catholicism. We're going to come up with a religion, and it's going to be associated with the Bible, but it's going to be interpreted in such a way where it reveres the establishment of the Catholic Church as though they are the ones that have all the truth about the story of Earth and about humankind, the human species, the human race, and associated with Christ. No, see, the Christed one is referred to in Hebrew circles as Yahashua. He's the equivalent to, or he was the equivalent to, Buddha, and he's equivalent to the association between Buddha and Krishna, and then in the Islamic circles, and from that territory, there's the Quran, and there's the Islamic. But you see, a lot of those were turned into spiritual writings and teachings as though certain groups were more responsible than the average person that doesn't know anything about it, has no clue, because they were simply the average person in society. So you have these very societal structures, and notice the separation. It wasn't intended to turn out that way, but it did. But the intentions are real regarding the seizing of that information, to steal and take all the scrolls for themselves and then go over there and burn down the evidence of past civilizations and then keep it for themselves. Now, this of course is how conspiracy theories are born or are conjured and developed. This is where all these conspiracy theories stem from. And so, without getting too much into that, and trying to stay on track regarding non-separation, Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, staying on the subject, and trying not to steer too far, and yet it was brought up regarding what about all the religions of the world? If that's the question, there's the answer right there. That all of the ultimate truths regarding the source of the Bhagavad Gita, the source of the Upanishads and Advaita Vedanta in the ancient days, in ancient times in India, where it was established. And then it was simply as a closed secret. It wasn't an open secret yet. It was closed until right around the 1970s, if we were to look at timelines, the story of Earth. And when the translation from the original Sanskrit to the English translations in the Gita and the Sri Upanishad and the Upanishads, all that information right there is the same message that the Neo-Advaitist is sharing. And there's just so much, though. There's volumes and volumes of information of the Vedanta. So, this is how and why there is this continuation of further satsangs to go over all of that information and to cover it all. Not only to address the human corporeal manifestations that are convinced and believe that they're separate from everybody and everything else, the collapse of that and the recognition that everything is absolute, it's already perfect, whole, complete, just as it is, simply this, and taking that message right there and translating it from the original tongues of the Sanskrit, the Upanishads and the Gita, over to the English language, the English speakers of non-duality, and then presenting the satsangs in that manner, in that way. And different parts, of course, we're noticing certain different speakers. It's just beginning. We're just witnessing the beginning of that, of the same thing that had already occurred thousands of years ago, but only native to India, only localized to India, which is why so many generations now, it's common knowledge. That's common knowledge. Advaita Vedanta is common knowledge over there in India. You refer to it. Nearly every single person that was ever born in India knows that automatically. They already know that. They're very well aware of that. But no, it's new. It seems like it's something new to the American, the United States, to the Canadian, to the British national, to the European, or whatever country, France, Spain, whatever, Germany, whatever country, Australia, anywhere, Africa, South America, Brazil, any country, including even, of course, Russia and as far as in China, Japan, of course, they've always known that, but we're not referring to those political factions, political groups of political persuasion. This has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with the ways of the world. This is why it was mentioned, be in the world, because you're already being in the world, but don't be of it. That's simply another stemming from the Gita and the Upanishads. Except, see, the Christed one, referred to as Yahshua, he already knew that. He knew that, and this is what he was sharing. But back then, thousands of years ago, in an area of other lands other than around Jerusalem, around those areas where the very first teachings were being professed, and that's why Christ one was crucified, because he held the truth. He held all this information, which includes all the information in the Gita and all the information that's there. That's why, and that's why he's crucified, because the Pope wanted to remain and to establish Christianity and say, oh, we are the harbingers of truth of what Christ brought forth. But you see, that's what was going on. Irresponsibility of these governments, these governing factions that are taking it upon themselves to do what? To take control of the freedom of the lives of absolutely everything. The lives that are manifesting through human corporealness, okay? That's free-flowing manifestation. That's all energy is mingling with absolutely everything. There's a radical freedom in that. It was not meant to be religiously followed or spiritual teachings followed, or it's not a teaching to simply be. This is why to be does not require a knowing or a doing, a spiritual practice to simply be. The simplicity of being is. And so the science of self-realization is the science of beingness. And there is the very first ultimate truth of all truths regarding beingness. So it has nothing to do with teachings, it has nothing to do with knowings and knowledge bases and academia. Definitely has nothing to do with academia, because what is academia? That has to do with becoming economically viable and joining a societal structure, being part of that on the grid. That has nothing to do. That's the world, the ways of the world. See? Be in the world, but not of it. That's why that teaching was taught, and that's why that particular teaching is so strong. Now, it was considered a teaching because why? Nobody ever heard of that prior to that being shared. By what? By that which was deified. See, this deification is going on. Muji is experiencing that same type of deification by having his feet kissed. No. That's not necessary. That does not need to be going on. And he doesn't even put a stop to it. See? He's being deified. Oh man, I'm sure he's enjoying it. But come on, put a stop to it and admit it. That nobody needs to bow to someone else. Remember, no servant is somebody else's master. No. Nobody is somebody else's servant. There are no servants and masters. There's equality. There's equality in the beingness. There's no hierarchy. No. All human corporeal manifestations are equally the same. Why? Because they're part of being. A natural mingling with absolutely everything arises, which is unconditional love. And every single thing that appears is saying that. There it is. That's it. That is a foundation. The foundation of self-realization is the beingness. And the self-realization, eventually, when it comes to terms of that, regarding beingness, then it is immediately realized that there are no single entities that are living their own life and that have free will and choice to do so. They're not experiencing their own life. It's life living through. It's the beingness that is the same to say the dreamings. The dreamings, the beingness, life lived through these human corporeal manifestations, that is the way it truly is. It is, and it is not. We are, and we are not. Both. real and unreal. And that's the foundation of the message of Advaita Vedanta. That's it, Advaita. The Advaita bit, which is the spirit of the law, the Vedanta bit, which is the letter of the law.
And so they were trying to create a thing, a codex,
Yeah.
which would consolidate, the people around them. It was.
And that codex, of course, is Catholicism. When the first pope was put into power, that was that codex. He took all the scrolls, put them together in Old Testament, New Testament writings. He had his own scribes. He had his own scribes do that. Put pen to paper. And the very first Bibles were created, the very first editions. Then they were distributed. And then more editions followed after that to cater and modify to each era. Can't do that anymore. No. Not especially now that information is so readily available. Everywhere now with the internet. And you can just imagine right now, the Pope is so silent right now. He's not even saying anything about the internet as far as I know. He doesn't want that information to get out because it will expose what the very first Pope has done. So, if there's this inclination to believe that you're going to follow that belief of Christianity, and then you're going to go and see this holy man and you're going to kiss his ring, that man does not make himself any better than anyone else. No, of course not. No. That's not. It's not the way it was intended to be turning out. I mean, for a human corporeal being, to be worshipped? No, that's not it. That's not. But yet, it apparently appears to go on and happen anyway. So, is anybody going to do anything about that? Perhaps, but that's what apparently appears to be happening. But should everybody be that complacent about witnessing things like that? Well, you're kind of touching upon it. Sometimes it is mentioned, but then it's just simply mentioned. Why? Because every single human corporeal manifestation is getting on with what? It's getting on with simply being. It is manifesting. There's the body-mind that is making every effort to simply survive and be in the world. It realizes it's not of the world. Once there is a collapse of that separate sense of self, that conjured self, once there's a collapse there, it's following the spirit of the law, because now it understands the letter of the law. And once there's a comprehension and not a knowing, not an understanding, but a being along with it, because it's just a natural way of being, of existing. It's not even existentialism, it's just simply being. Mingling, the beingness of mingling with absolutely everything that arises as it does, of its own accord of volition. So if it's arising of its own accord of volition, and all human corporeal manifestations are mingling with that, then it's a natural mingling. Just as there's fish. There's fish in the ocean. The fish don't realize that they're in an ocean, and that there's all these other different types of fish swimming around, but then there's predators around as well, and so nature is simply mimicking absolutely the same setup that's throughout this infinite universe. And a multitudinous array of infinitesimal complexification of life forms, of so many different energetic movements of manifestation. Check out the Gita sometime. It's all mentioned in there. If that information is not known, and although it is knowable, it's accessible, but that which is knowable will not become known to any particular body-mind complex that is questioning. That which is knowable will not become known if what? If it is not investigated, if it's not looked into, if you don't bother to read any of the Gita at all, then all that's going to continue to happen is you continue to attend more satsangs. You continue to wonder, well, why am I questioning? I keep asking these things. They don't make sense to me. And so, if that's the case, then let it be that. And if it's going to be that way, perhaps that's the way it's going to be. Well, that's apparently appearing. What can happen? So, it's a kind of there's that paradox again. If something has yet to be known that is already automatically knowable, it cannot be known unless what? Unless the beingness is mingling to such a degree with that which is already arising as it is, in its natural way of appearing. As long as you go along with that, then this information will automatically download, or it'll be an upload, so to speak. To use the words upload and download, all these terminologies that are very commonly known now, and well known, that which is knowable, and a type of verbiage and a type of terminology that's used in the English language, referring to the technology of the internet and information, as information is shared, and then utilizing the English language in that way.
It was a political action. So there was a lot of stuff that was in and out, it was so it's, I think in some ways it's lost that inspiration, which you might find in the Gospel of Thomas, for example. Mm-hmm. That's very non-dual stuff in there. Yeah.
I think we should leave it at that. There's still about, let's see, this satsang, this latest satsang that Jim Newman has here available to view on his YouTube channel. Jim Newman's YouTube channel recently recorded a satsang that was held in London last month in January. And so, that's even part one. Yeah, it's part one of a weekend in London. And it says here, questions and answers. So, should we continue to let it play? It's already coming up on 5 hours. I know that's very long. We've already received in Facebook some complaints. Why do these recordings have to be so long? Well, it doesn't matter the length. It is some information that's being shared that matters, doesn't it? Notice the importance that's placed on the way information is being presented. That doesn't matter, the way that the message is being presented. What matters is the content. What is being stated here? If it has yet to be understood, what is non-duality about? What is Advaita Vedanta? What is that about? Well then, if it takes 10 hours, 12, 24, how many hours it might take, if there's still this sense of a separate self, and you still believe you're living your own life, and if you still believe you are that, all the information on that birth certificate, you believe that that's you, you're separate from everybody and everything else, and that you're living your own life and you have free will and choice to do so, if you're still operating that way, if you still believe you have to live that way, now, this message of non-duality is telling you it's not that way. It's not like that. It never was. You're just making it up. It's a fictional story. You are making it up. It's self-conjured. The self-conjured conjured self is conjuring all that. And you believe that you're separate from everybody and everything else, that you have your own original thoughts, you have your own original life to live. Nobody else on this entire earth, this entire planet is like you. Nobody understands how you feel, what you're going through. If this is being entertained as a conjured self believes that they are separate from everybody and everything else in that manner, as a separate sense of self, then this message of Advaita Vedanta is not going to make sense whatsoever until it is admitted that it is recognized that, oh, okay, what are they saying? Wait, maybe I should look into this. Yeah, ask that self, that's self-professing, that's living its own life, that has free will and choice. Ask it. Self-inquiry. That's why there's self-inquiry. There's self-inquiry and self-realization. That's why the science of self-realization, that's why those thousands of years ago, that's why the Upanishads was written and the Gita was written and turned into a teaching and taught. Simply because the guru knew, okay, the teacher, they knew that the force of a sense of a separate self, the mental thought system, is so strong and so convincingly so that there is the Gita and there's the Upanishads to answer all those questions of the questioner. Why? Why they think as they do. Why do I think I'm a separate person? Why do I feel alone? Why do I think that I have my own life to live, but things are not going my way? Life is not going the way I want it to. Why is it this way? Why is it that way? All this questioning, wondering, pondering, seeking. All of that is apparent appearing to happen and the conjuring going on as a separate sense of self for that very reason. Because it thinks it is separate. It believes that. It is wholeheartedly convinced that it is a separate person alone in the big bad world. It's alone in this world. It wants to feel like it belongs. But it doesn't feel like it's belonging because why? It has separated itself with its beliefs, with the way that it thinks about itself. It has taken this body-mind and believes that it's physically solid and that it was born and it's going to die and it's worried about yesterday and it's not thinking about today, to simply be, now, today. No, it's concerned about how it's going to be in the future. And it's concerned about how it was in the past, and it's comparing the future and the past. It's comparing the past and the future. So, man, I hope I don't make that mistake again in the future. And it's anticipating something else. And then it's so far removed from being. And beingness is in the now, is in the presence. It is in the personal presence and in the impersonal presence. It's in both. But once that personal presence continues to be taken as though it's exclusively personal, then what's happening there? What apparently appears to be happening is a reinforcement of a separate sense of self. The personal presence is taken to be physically solid, physically real, isolated, individualized, individuated. It is considered to be separate from everybody and everything else. It's living its own life. Its birth certificate is proof and evidence that it is a separate individual in the world. Its own birth name and birthright. That's all it knows, and that's all it's going to believe. It's only going to believe in what it knows. Never mind the being. Let's just focus on what's knowing, what's known, what's knowable. Let's focus on that. Okay, if you're going to focus on that, all it's going to continue to perpetuate is that separate sense of self. It's going to perpetuate that. Well, like it or not, this is the way it is.
So Jesus was okay then.
Who knows? Was there a Jesus?
Yeah, there certainly was. But not the Jesus, not the Christ, not the Master of Justice, Teacher of Righteousness, not the Yahshua that is taught in Sunday schools and in churches, in the mainstream Christians and all of those belief systems that fell so far removed, so distorted and mistranslated, they became scattered. The truth was scattered. And so there is the raw truth of all truths, which is in the Gita and the Upanishads. There it is. That right there is untainted and not mistranslated. And so there it is. That's how it apparently appeared to have occurred. And the story of Earth is really that way. It's not the story that was taught in academia. There's a history of the Earth. It's taught in academia. It's not that. It's not that. It's all conjured. It's hearsay. Fictitious. That's how it turned out. And that's the ways of the self-conjured conjure self. That's the ways of that world. That reality believes it is part of. It is part of the societal structure. It's part of academia. It's part of everything that was thought to be so, but it is not. Everything that's conjured, academia, any knowledge, anything that's thought about, any entertainment of thoughts, if it does not consider the being, the beingness, if it does not consider that and does not realize or recognize that it is not separate from absolutely everything else and everybody else that's appearing, then it will continue on that way and seeking. It will continue to seek because it doesn't feel fulfilled yet. It feels like it doesn't have enough knowledge. It doesn't have the right kind of knowledge. It's not having the right kind of experiences of its own life yet. No, that doesn't seem it. So it follows from one religion to another and continues to seek, looks into spiritual teachings, continues to seek, until it will eventually come across non-duality. It will eventually come across Advaita Vedanta, even if it's Neo-Advaita, whatever it is, it's going to come across it. And then, when it does happen, that collapse, and then is recognized, okay, all along I was being, and I didn't have to know about that. I didn't have to seek about being. The simplicity of being and mingling with all that is unconditional. I'm just simply mingling with it. That's it. You don't have to give it a second, third, fourth, or fifth thought or any other thought about it to be. Being doesn't require thoughts. It doesn't require cognition. No. Isn't that something? That really is. That really is something how it all turned out this way. And then, once this separate sense of self has collapsed, then you try to remember and you try to recall, what was it like before this collapse? Cannot be apprehended. You know why it cannot be apprehended? Because it never happened. It only apparently appeared to have happened. It never did. It never was. It never existed. The separate sense of self was conjured. It was just like any other idea, any other thought that's conjured via consciousness. That's why it can't be restored. You can't go back. Nobody can go back. Because nobody, back to what? Back to that self-conjured self again? And oh no, I missed that. Oh man, I sure do miss me. I missed the way I was. Oh man, I was younger, I was more vibrant, this, that, and the other. No, see, it tries to come up with excuses. As though it can retain that back. No, there's no turning back. You can't. Try it. Once the collapse of the me has been recognized, try going back. You can't. Can't do it. Because there's no trying involved. Maybe it was just conjured, it was just thought about. It's just like thinking that you are involved in something that's really happening, something that's exclusively real, and you're really going about your day and saying, I thought about this, I'm doing this, that, and the other. I have this skill set, I possess this ability. I possess all these abilities, they're my own. And how you doing over there with your abilities? No. It never was like that. Either it's recognized or it's not.
There was another thing you said a while back about, there was a guy, German or Austrian guy interviewing you, and he said, you said to him, it's like, well, what you're talking about is like, I think he said, do you ever go back into the dream? And you said, it's like seeing Santa, it's like not, you suddenly, when you stop believing in Santa, there's never a time when you believe in Santa again. And I was just thinking, to use the analogy, do you still see Santa, but know that Santa is just, you know, in terms of.
I'm sorry, the analogy is just going to fall apart. It doesn't. It's just the profundity is the difference between the dream world and this appearance is more dramatic than losing Santa. It's more profound. It's more all-encompassing. So the individual believes that it has a home, that it has a life, that it has a partner, that it owns things, that it knows things. We're talking about, and that, you know, I talked about, you know, the worldly affairs. It thinks it knows all those things. And this is talking about the loss of all of that. That whole thing.
Kind of Santa on steroids.
What's that?
Like Santa on steroids kind of thing.
What's on steroids?
Santa Claus.
Oh, Santa Claus on steroids, yeah. We're talking about the simplicity of just simply this apparent happening, being everything.
It is, it's being.
And that this apparent happening, apparent meaning it's real and unreal, where it is and isn't happening, is all encompassing. There is absolutely nothing outside of it. It's whole and complete.
Before there were, this is a weird question, but before there were animals, let's say there was a time in the universe when there were no animals, it was just planets and stars and all that. Was there any appearance then, or is just appearance, and does appearance come about as a consequence of there being sentient beings for there to be an appearance for?
Yeah. That comes from the experience that I'm the center of the universe, and so if I'm not aware of it, it's probably not happening. And nothing has ever happened. But it apparently did. So we can talk about the beginning, the Big Bang, and all these other things, and non-sentient beings turning into amoebas, turning into fish, turning into this, and we can talk about all that.
Yeah.
It's just not real. It's not other than what's happening. And what's happening is real and unreal. It's a paradox. See, for that, the question supposes something being real. There just isn't anything real. So it doesn't have that solidity to project itself into some real past. There's nothing to hold on to.
Okay.
You can't even form the concept. Who would form the concept? It's just empty happening.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank
Because isn't it that the sentient beings are just ideas anyway? Is it actually irrelevant, the beings?
Well, I mean, I think what we
now.
were talking about now is the experience of the individual feeling like it's real. And so the assumption that there's other things out there that are real. So if there's an individual in a body, it will see an individual in this body because it has to be that way. And so it tries to understand what's being suggested through imagining that as real. So it tries to impose that. You can't imagine what this is without it in it.
Yes. And if there's no individual, then sentient beings is also irrelevant.
Well, nothing's we're back to nothing's relevant.
Yeah.
There's no relationship. There's only relationship if there's a knower or a perceiver. And that experience is an illusion. Because it says something is real, and that's me. And that experience is, and everything else is also real. There isn't anything real. Already.
So it's this always this.
Which is and isn't.
Mm.
So this, there's nothing to hit.
So it's the knowing that makes it real.
Actually, knowing is sort of an effect of the experience of inside, I am.
So it wouldn't matter if we're all asleep, really.
Nothing matters.
No.
We're not getting anywhere. This isn't about getting anywhere.
Yeah, but of course.
It won't help. Being awake won't help.
That's all right.
Being asleep won't help.
Being dead.
Doesn't help.
Right.
It's the end of the search, though.
Yeah.
But nobody was helped.
Yeah. Still this body functions.
Yeah. There's just no help for the individual.
No hope.
No help, no hope.
And you said before that the individual is the self-perceiving energy.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So once the energy ceases, the individual ceases.
Well, it's the same thing. The individual ceases,
Yeah,
ceases,
sure.
seeking, ceases. Right?
I feel like I can be here. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly the experience by,
What's the difference between that and what's going on up there?
can't be said.
I mean, I feel I can do it, but then that's
Do
not
what?
it. That's not it, yeah.
Do what? We can do what? Oh, but you're talking about here being real.
I feel like I
Then
can
you
be
know-
I can be here, I can do
Yeah,
this.
exactly. That's now. That's being now. That's be here now. Yeah, exactly.
Being, see? You said it being.
And that
You said
presumes there's a real.
being, see, being here now. Now, Jim, you used to even say, I remember in a few songs ago, where Jim Newman said, no, there's no beingness. Yes, there is. There is beingness. If Jim Newman, as the action figure, yeah, is projecting, obviously, projecting a reflection in a mirror, guaranteed. Once that energetic movement of a human corporeal manifestation is apparently appearing in mirrors, that mirror is not unreal. It's both real and unreal. But yet, it is speaking. So there's a non-duality speaker that was once mentioned and as a birth name and birthright. There was a point when it did, but now it recognizes it is simply just another body mind, and it's just simply using the language and simply sharing this message of Advaita Vedanta, and that's it. Okay, that's fine. But the human corporeal manifestation is temporarily, visibly observable mirrors for in a permanently indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time, is also casting a reflection, whilst it is expressing via speech of any kind of language, German, English, French, Spanish, any language. Even if it's multi-language, it's multi-linguistic, okay? Even if a body-mind manifestation is aware it can speak more than one language. It is not that it can speak other languages. It is simply a demonstration, expression of beingness. You cannot say, oh no, there's no beingness. You can say that there's a collapse of a separate sense of self. Yes, that can be said. But there's still a degree of beingness that is expressed. Otherwise, there would not be the appearance of a human corporeal manifestation speaking anything. Absolutely nothing. It wouldn't even appear. It would no longer be an appearance. The appearance is the beingness. And that appearance is mingling. It's alive. It's aliveness. Now, whilst in space and time, that there's no longer a human corporeal manifestation apparently appearing, casting a reflection in a mirror. It's no longer speaking, using any kind of language. It's no longer expressing. It's no longer appearing. Once it's no longer doing that, where is it now? Where is it then? It has aged, has it not? Yes, of course. It's an energetic movement that has aged, and once it's aged to a certain degree of where it can no longer maintain, there is a degree of maintaining that energetic movement of appearance of a human corporeal manifestation. Once that energy has depleted, and yes, there is depletion, there's entropy. There is a depletion. Just as a light bulb burns out eventually. Yeah? A light bulb has a certain lifespan. Okay? We refer to lifespans. That which has lifespans doesn't have them, but can only appear as an energetic movement for a certain indeterminate duration, space, and time. Nobody knows how many years. Nobody can know the duration that is left or remains. There could be a probable distribution going on where you can kind of predict based on what? Based on the manner by which that body-mind treats itself. Is it diet? Does it smoke? Does it drink? Does it abuse that energetic movement of its human corporealness? See? Does it make an effort to try to increase its lifespan somehow? Probability distribution goes based on the environment. All of these things. But why focus on that? You don't need to, nobody needs to focus on the human corporeal appearance of a body-mind manifestation. Why? Because it's simply an appearance, that's why. That still goes on. The functionality, yes, the function of a body-mind complex still continues. But there's the difference there is that there's no longer self-identification of a human corporeal manifestation that appears. It's no longer taken to be isolated. It's no longer taken to be exclusively real and physically solid. Because that's simply the realness. It's not exclusively real in that sense. It is both. It is that physical sensation with the five senses, the sight, sound. It is not the seer, it's not the hearer. It is not, the body-mind is, yes, the body-mind is the hearer, the seer, that which we are not. The hearer, the seer, the feeler, the taster, the smeller. Yes, the five gates of sensory input-output modalities of that body-mind. Yes, that continues to go on. It always has. It always has whilst it is making that appearance as a human corporeal manifestation. But it does not know the duration of time that it will continue to appear and make these appearances. Natural appearances mingling. It is going to continue to mingle even after it has spent its manifestation from out of nowhere, from nothing, into manifestation in space and time, but not of space and time. There's a certain duration in space and time that energy manifestation is going to appear. It doesn't know. It doesn't know when that day will come. It could have a heart attack all of a sudden. It might survive that. A little bit more time than spent. It doesn't need to be concerned about, I'm going to have a heart attack in the future, maybe months from now, but I know there's a certain genealogy, and I know I may have cancer because the proclivity of cancer is very high. The degree, my GP, my general practitioner, my doctor's telling me, and if it spins that way, then all you're doing is focusing on what? You're focusing on the functionality of the human corporealness of that body-mind that you have always believed was your own, and that was you. And that you will no longer exist once the human corporeal apparent appearance is no longer visibly observable in mirrors and can no longer express as it does to what? To other human corporeal manifestations. Nobody knows if that continues or how that continues. Nobody knows. That's part of what? It's unknowable. It's simply unknowable, so let it be. Let it be that mystery, because it's going to continue to become unknowable. Nobody knows. Nobody can know that which is unknowable. Why? Because it is simply unobservable. It's unobservable, it's unreal, and unknown. It's unreal, it's unknown, and unobservable. It's relegated to that which is unknown. Then there's that which is knowable. And just what is left? Be. You're already being anyway. Even after you're no longer observably visible in mirrors and interacting with other human corporeal manifestations in this temporal temporariness. This setup that's obviously impermanent, it's temporary, it's temporal, in space and time. The involvement of beingness, it is said that it may be, it's probably, you can only theorize and say, oh, maybe it might be this way or that way. Perhaps. Yet it's unknowable. So why try and make an effort to conjure up an idea of that which is unknowable? It's unnecessary. Doesn't need to be. Now, some would say, well, here's where faith comes in. So it's going to require faith to conjure up the belief that, oh, well, I'll continue to exist even after that. So, yeah.
Because isn't it that the sentient beings are just ideas anyway? Is it actually irrelevant, the beings?
Well, I mean, I think what
Sentient
we were talking about now is the experience of the individual feeling like it's real. And so the assumption that there's other things out there that are real. So if there's an individual in a body, it will see an individual in this body because it has to be that way. And so it tries to understand what's being suggested through imagining that as real. So it tries to impose that. You can't imagine what this is without it in it.
Yeah. And if there's no individual, then sentient beings is also irrelevant.
Well, nothing's we're back to nothing's relevant. Yeah. There's no relationship. There's only relationship if there's a knower or a perceiver. And that experience is an illusion. Because it says something is real, and that's me. And that experience is, and everything else is also real. There isn't anything real. Already.
So it's this, always this.
Which is and isn't. Mm. So this, there's nothing to hit.
So it's the knowing that makes it real.
Actually, knowing is sort of an effect of the experience of inside, I am.
So it wouldn't matter if we were all asleep, really.
Nothing matters.
No.
We're not getting anywhere. This isn't about getting anywhere.
Yeah, but of course.
It won't help. Being awake won't help.
Get somewhere.
Being asleep won't help.
Being dead.
Doesn't help.
Right.
It's the end of the search, though.
Yeah.
But nobody was helped.
Still, this body functions.
Yeah, there's just no help for the individual.
No hope.
No help, no hope.
No help, no hope necessary to
You
be.
said before that the individual is in itself the seeking energy.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So once the energy ceases, the individual ceases.
Well, it's the same thing. The individual ceases
Yeah, sure.
seeking. Yeah.
Going with the flow. Flow of what? Flow of absolutely everything that appears of its own
I
accord.
feel like I can
That
be.
is an item.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly the experience by, yeah.
No.
What's the difference between that and
No.
what's going on with the...
Beingness,
Can't be said.
separate from the I. Beingness is separate from the I.
I mean, I feel I can do it, but then that's
Do
not
what?
it. That's not it, yeah.
It's not a doing, it's a
We can do
being.
what? Oh, but you're talking about here being real.
I feel like I
Then
can
you
be,
know-
I can be here, I can do
Yeah,
this.
exactly. That's now.
Yeah.
That's being now. That's be here now. Yeah, exactly. And that presumes there's a real time. Something's real, and so now it's real,
Yeah.
and so I can be that
In a
real
fixed
now.
position, you can be somewhere. That's what we're referring to in that context. Beingness is simply being
So what's
everywhere,
happening then?
the every-awareness of
No, it's
everywhere.
not there, but...
Nothing.
That's that type of beingness. Not the kind of beingness is that in some fixed position.
Nothing.
But in the
somewhere.
story-
Nothing seeing. Nothing speaking.
But in the
Nothing
story,
moving.
you
Yeah.
were once here.
That never happened.
No. I know it's not, I know I'm talking rubbish, but...
Well, it's not rubbish. We're just talking. It's funny.
Yeah. Just like a silly question, but I know it's not true, but how come you get it and we can't get it? I know it's just... I know it's
But
a
you
crazy
actually
question.
think that this has gotten something.
Yeah.
There is no
That's coming
getting.
from the experience that you're real and something's lost.
Right.
I know.
You're
I'm
not.
real.
Nothing's been lost. You don't know you're not real.
I like the way you did that. You don't know you're not real.
No one knows they're not real.
I
Yeah.
know this is a me, that it's a me, it's frustrated.
Well, it's at the end of its rope.
No, I get it. No.
This completely shows the limits of the individual. So it's stuck against a brick wall.
It reveals the futility of maintaining a separate sense of
It's so
self.
simple somehow.
Yeah, it's too simple to get,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the individual wants to get it.
There's no getting involved because you're simply already being. You're already being that. You
And it's
think you
looking
need
for
to
what's
get.
happening.
It's so simple because it's there's, yeah.
You're already being that.
Jim, I think this suggestion of, you said earlier on, that this, as it is dramatically different to this as a subjective object reality as for a person. But that, it gives rise to seeking. It's like, when the me hears that, it's like, I want that dramatically different.
Mm.
Kind of like, almost suggests a place or an experience or something that's going to be different.
Mm.
Do you think?
I hear where you're coming from.
When it's this.
Yeah.
Does that mean like you see it in animals?
It's the same. I hear the same thing when I say that being in a meeting there can be a relaxation or a glimpse or something going on. It also sounds like a promise. It sounds like
Yeah.
something could happen or something could change.
Mm-hmm.
Still, it happens. What do you do?
Latches on.
I describe, or this describes the individual.
You can't
and
do
how it has
anything
an
with
effect,
nothing.
the Apparent effect and what it does. There is no individual.
What are you going to do with nothing?
All right,
You
now.
can't do anything with it. That's why no doer is necessary.
So all you're pointing
For
out
nothing.
really is the illusion of duality.
Nothing
Yeah,
happens.
totally.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening.
But there is,
How?
when there's
Why?
an individual, there's a real experience of
Nothing
duality.
Mm.
For
It
anybody.
really
For
has the
nobody.
experience that I am here and everything is outside of me.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that there is somewhere to get.
Yeah.
There's always somewhere to get.
Mm.
To the me that lives in that world of
Does
getting,
experience go?
Yes. There's no experience.
right.
And experience?
There's no experience. There's no subject
There has to be an
awareness.
experience for there
Yeah.
to be experience.
Yeah.
That's how it's all negated. It's a negation.
So is it like, I've heard people say that.
It's not an addition and it's not a subtraction.
Experiencing.
And it's not even an extraction.
Doesn't ring
It's a
true
negation.
here.
No.
Sounds like somebody would have to know that.
Uh-huh.
And what you're saying is kind of unknowing.
Well, it's just not. That sounds a little bit special, and it's very ordinary. It's very simple. And that also sounds a bit special, but nobody knows that it's ordinary or simple.
Yeah. No, knowing, it's being.
Ordinary and simple.
Being this.
unknown. Just kind of.
Totally.
Mingling with absolutely everything that appears as it arises. But not as a separate something or event or happening. No. It is just simply
There's
this
something
whole
very,
complete purpose of it.
frightening about that word unknown.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I had a thing where I kind of, when I went to one of your meetings last year, in the summer, or June I think it was, kind of disappeared thing happened, and that's about as much as you can say, like, really just kind of, it's just unknowing, and you can't, I couldn't say, oh, I was there and then I wasn't at this point. I couldn't say it just kind of, I disappeared or anything like that. It just kind of wasn't there anymore. I couldn't pinpoint a particular moment in which that happened.
Yeah.
It was just unknowing.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. That's
And I kind
this.
of, and I kind of feel that I want to tell you that so you can say, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're nearly not there.
Wow. Really?
That's the kind of
That sounds like a cruel joke.
the subtlety of that kind of seeking energy, you know, it wants some kind of
Validation.
flag or like special
You can't validate that which is nothing.
No,
to feel
the
better,
seeker does,
you know?
yeah.
The seeking energy does, yeah.
Well, it
No
turns-
validation of anything.
It turns that
required.
apparent happening into a past thing that it knows about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the past. It's this.
Bullshit, that thing.
No, hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
It's this.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. This is no one. And you have no idea what that was.
Because it did
And
not
you don't
exist.
remember it.
Because you weren't there. You're everywhere. Everywhereness. You're mingling with
I
us.
don't remember.
That's why you were no
Because the memory of it isn't the reality of it. This is the reality.
Yeah, you were not in that fixed position you thought you were. It's another way of
I
saying it.
sense it happens throughout the day. Like when you're engrossed in a book or a film or something.
Yeah, why not?
You feel like you're not there.
Hmm.
Weird.
Nobody engrosses itself in a book.
This is unknowing.
There is only unknown, yeah, absolutely. Appearing as an individual that thinks it knows.
Right.
I've sort of heard, I think I've heard it said that when this sort of doesn't change anything, you don't suddenly become, your personality doesn't really change just because of this kind of unknowing. But that just seems odd to me, that if whatever drops out, surely that, cares that used to be really important to the individual must evaporate.
Probably depend on how contracted the personality is.
To what
as
degree?
would change.
To what degree? Because it could still be
It doesn't-
residual
It's not really what we're
energy,
talking about.
still
It doesn't
latent,
really matter.
have yet to collapse.
No, it's not.
Completely.
I'm not saying it's about. This is about.
Why
personal
partial
birth.
liberation
No.
mentioned.
It's just that it would be weird.
Partial
if
liberation
nothing
is
changed.
Yeah.
not
Well,
complete
nothing does
negation.
change.
So partially thought to
Well,
be,
there's no change in
partial
behaviour between.
there is no
from
partial
before whatever.
collapse. I mean, either.
There's no change. You're not more chilled out. You're not. It's just you're just as stressed as.
Well, it is a little strange. Taxis always seem to show up when they're needed. I always get a seat at a restaurant where everybody else shows up. It's sort of, no, I'm just making.
That was cruel. I thought he was going to get an answer or something. I shouldn't mess with people's minds that way. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, when the tension in the body drops away, it's a total surprise. It's a shock. How much tension was in the body, where it was, how pervasive, how integral to the experience. It's just a bit of a shock. So
It's a
that
mental
seems
thought
to
system
fall away.
left you alone, so to speak.
So that tension
Left you alone because then you
must be connected to-
recognize, mental thought system ain't gonna
It's a
fool me
feedback.
anymore.
Yeah.
Totally. And there's a lot of that tension holds on to certain neurotic things. Neurosis is when the certain experiences in the past is a story. The certain experiences in the past are too much for the individual. It will push them away, and that creates sort of a neurotic sort of thing going on. And that affects the apparent functioning of the individual. That sort of loosens up, because there's nobody left that really cares about it.
Yeah.
Thinking, we heard that today, that thinking seems to be a real problem for the emotions seem to be a real problem. And when there's no one left, there's no one that really cares about what's thought or felt.
So thoughts don't need to be entertained anymore. Consciousness doesn't matter.
It's just what apparently happens.
Because what was once taking you to be somebody,
There's no
by the
one
mental thought
left
system,
that
by
cares.
consciousness doesn't matter. It never
So
did
no
matter.
one gets that.
Well,
No one gets that there's less neurosis. There's no one that gets a relaxed body. There's no one that gets not caring about. It's not like there's someone there that no longer cares. There's just no one left to care. In that sense. It's not some callousness that arises.
caring can still
There's no-
arise.
That
Yeah.
sort of caring.
Yeah. Not that kind of caring. The being level kind of caring. That being level type of caring.
The problem that the individual has with thoughts and feelings, is that because it doesn't accept them?
No, it's because it experiences them as real. It takes ownership to them and feels like that's something it needs to take responsibility for. It's on a journey to find something. And so it's sifting through everything to find the solution to why. So it matters.
Yeah.
Everything matters.
Everything matters to a separate sense of self that believes it's living its own life with its own free will and choice, its own body and own mind. Think
That's all the
entertain thoughts,
individual
show
can do.
itself,
That's all
the
it can
legend
do.
in its
That's all
own
it
mind.
does.
Yeah.
That's why probably watching television or reading a book gives it a little break from all of that sort of.
That's a good symbol for caring, because the individual thinks it's us, but it's not. Just
Need.
yeah.
I sometimes hear people implying that with the end of the me, everything can fall away, like the need to work, but it doesn't need to be like
Well, who
that.
would know?
Yeah.
No, nothing needs to happen.
I mean, it can be like that.
It can be like anything.
Yeah.
That's the scary bit for me. Because it wants to control. It feels like it
Now,
has control.
a separate sense of self
Yeah.
needs to anticipate
It already
what's
does
going
it.
to happen next in its own life. It believes believes is happening. It believes it's experiencing its own life. So it's anticipating the next event, or next occurrence, the next happening to
The
itself.
message has changed.
Because it believes life is
No,
happening to it.
absolutely not.
When it's not.
Not really changed.
It's just simply life.
It's not really
It's
There
deepened.
appears to be life. Huh?
Oh, definitely.
And it
also
manifests
then,
But it doesn't change.
in innumerable ways.
no, okay, deepened.
Infinitely
It's
complexified
bigger,
ways.
in a way.
Yeah, and the me's who come to listen, they're different too.
I don't know about that.
Well, I just think, you see, energy is, balance.
There's more people.
Because I wouldn't go to that many meetings, but, because I don't know him, but, you know, I just think that any meetings that I've gone to recently, they're different. I mean, the questions are different, you know, that people ask and that. You know, I don't know really what I'm saying.
I'm not going to address that.
Not really different.
Mm.
Maybe it's deepened. That makes sense.
It's actually, the deepening thing is actually amazing in a way. Because at the beginning, you know, something would seemingly happen, and I'd go run to Rita, and I'd tell her, hey, everything's different. And she'd say, well, that's exactly what you said before. It's all the same. The words are all the same. So it doesn't change.
No, I don't mean the message changes, but not the message changes, so maybe it's the delivery changes.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
The delivery of the message is different every time. Because it's not the same time it apparently appears to occur or happen in space and time. That's why it appears differently.
Boy, you know, I just did an
Each
interview
time.
and I got really lost trying to explain it. I don't know. Less awareness. I don't know what to say about it actually. It gets bigger, more profound. And at the same time nothing changes. Yeah, I know. I'm lost. Can't tell you.
Less aware.
I remember trying to tell it to Tony, and I explained it as there's a picture, and then it all seems integrated, then bits fall off the picture, and it's a clearer picture. And then he said something, I was like, well, that's much better explained, but I've forgotten what he said. He's like that.
Yeah, guess what, Jim? This is like that too.
That's a good explanation of it. Bits falling off.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Yeah, it's clear. But it seems, it's like the whole thing gets thinner. So the whole appearance just has less and less substance to it, less and less depth to it.
That collapse doesn't stop, apparently. Collapse of the me continues to collapse even further.
We're not going to get anywhere there. You can call it energetic. Yeah, let's call it energetic.
You see that?
Hey, we're not going to, it's as easy to describe as when there wasn't anybody there.
It's just,
Yeah, that's about what it's like.
Well, what I can understand, this message is pretty simple.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
it is and it isn't.
Okay, it is and it isn't. Isn't the individual actually making this message so complicated so it doesn't have to die?
Well, it'll do anything not to die, absolutely. And if complicating it, misunderstanding it is a good one. Yeah.
Okay. But the message is actually
It's
really simple.
all that's being said is there is only what is and isn't.
And we are not.
I'm done.
And the we is the collective apparent appearance of human corporeal appearances that are visibly observed from marriage
For the
for an
individual,
indeterminate duration in space
would
of
it be
time,
more
and permanently
unpleasant to
so,
feel free or to
and
feel
not of
dead
space of time.
already? With nothing
This message isn't for the individual.
Right.
The suggestion
For
is there
nobody.
isn't one.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever it experiences or does makes absolutely no difference. It's not
Suggestion.
already.
It can only suggest, because there's still personal presence, apparently appearing. Then the source of the personal presence is impersonal presence. So it's both. It is and it isn't. We are and we are not. Personal presence and impersonal presence, both simultaneously, mingling with absolutely everything that appears as it does. Whole, complete, perfect, just as it appears, just as it arises of its own accord of volition at its benign.